The next three poems are from Ukrainian poets translated into English. There's this wonderful anthology that ML told me about, Words for War, and it is edited by Oksana Maksimchuk and Max Rosachinski, and it's published by a press in Boston. Wonderful book, and I'm going to read three short poems from this collection. The first poem is written by Mariana Kayanovska. She was born in Lviv in 1973. She's a writer, translator, a literary scholar, and she's the author of 9 books of poetry. This is Mariana's poem. I believed before that death turns sea to stone. Death is when the tide of the earth covers us up. Now I believe death is the word unknown to my soul. Speak, death, the unspeakable to my soul. What is death, tell me, and return? Enter my body, where my soul drifts like a boat. This is what I will think about again and from the very beginning. My dear, your boat is in me. The next poet from Ukraine is Lyuba Yakimchuk. She was born in Luhansk in 1985, and that's one of those separatist republics that Putin took over in 2014. That's where she was born. She's a poet, screenwriter, and journalist. She's also the author of several poetry books and the film script, The Building of the Word. And her poem is entitled, He Says Everything Will Be Fine. He says, they bombed your old school. He says, food supplies are running out and there's no money left. He says, the white lorries with humanitarian aid are our only hope. He says, shells from the white lorries just flew overhead. There's no school anymore. How can it be that there's no school? Is it empty? Is it full of holes? Or has it really been totally destroyed? What happened to my photo hanging on the roll of honor? What happened to my teacher sitting in the classroom? He says, photo? Who gives a damn about your photo? He says, the school has melted. This winter is too hot. He says, I haven't seen your teacher. Please don't ask me to look for her. He says, I saw your godmother. She's no longer with us. Run away, you all. Drop everything and run away. Leave your house, your cellar with apricot jam jars and pink chrysanthemums on the terrace. Shoot your dogs so they don't suffer. Abandon this land. Just go. He says, don't talk nonsense. We throw dirt on coffins daily. He says, everything will be fine. Salvation will come soon. He says, the humanitarian aid is on the way. This next poem is also from a Ukrainian poet. His name is Sergei Zhadan. He was born in Luhansk in 1974. Another, person who is born in that separatist state. He's a poet, fiction writer, essayist, and translator. He's the author of over 24 books of poetry and short story collections. His poem is called Take Only What Is Most Important. Take only what is most important. Take the letters. Take only what you can carry. Take the icons and the embroidery. Take the silver. Take the wooden crucifix and the golden replicas. Take some bread, the vegetables from the garden, then leave. We will never return again. We will never see our city again. Take the letters, all of them, every last piece of bad news. We will never see our corner store again. We will never drink from that dry well again. We will never see familiar faces again. We are refugees. We run all night. We will run past fields of sunflowers. We will run from dogs, rest with cows. We'll scoop up water with our bare hands, sit waiting in camps, annoying the dragon of war. You will not return, and friends will never come back. There will be no smoky kitchens, no usual jobs. There will be no dreamy lights in sleepy towns, no green valleys, no suburban wastelands. The sun will be a smudge on the window of a cheap train, rushing past cholera pits covered with lime. There will be blood on women's heels, tired guards on borderlands covered with snow. A postman with empty bags shot down, a priest with a hapless smile hung by his ribs, the quiet of a cemetery, the noise of a command post, and unedited lists of the dead. So long that there won't be enough time to check them for your own name. I will end my session with one of my own poems. It's a short prose poem, and it's from a new book that will be published next year, March of 2023, by a university press in Wisconsin, Cornerstone Press, from the University of Wisconsin at Stevens Point. And this collection, they're all short prose poems based in other parts of the world. It's not America at all, but other places of the world. I've been to Poland 9 times. I've been to that Ukraine border, and a lot of these pieces are based in that part of the world. And this last piece I will read for you is at a time when things were normal in Ukraine. And I'm just hoping and praying that they will, that at some time they will be normal again and people will have their lives. This is called Painted Toenails in Ukraine. The young girl who gives the American woman a pedicure in the town's most elite spa doesn't know the difference between a foot or a knee. The woman doesn't want to embarrass the girl and her lack of English vocabulary, so she never corrects her. Other knee, other knee, other knee. The mantra the woman sporadically hears as the right foot and then the left is covered with green kelp from the Black Sea and massaged into her skin's oblivion. Other than the incorrect word, the girl is silent. A thin gold Orthodox cross dangles from her neck as she daydreams about her lover's thigh. She paints the woman's toenails in such a hard, brilliant red that weeks later, no nail polish solvent can remove it. The woman will have to wait a year after the nails have totally grown out before every trace of the color is gone. The girl and her halting mantra, a silent echo. Thank you. Our next poet will be Cecilia Warlock, who cannot be with us today. She is actually in Rzeszów, Poland, which is near the border of Ukraine. It's in southeast Poland. And here's a little bit about Cecilia. She's an award-winning poet and essayist. Her books of poetry include Carpathia and Tashanga, the Gypsy poem, which honors the Roma people of Eastern Europe. She is currently on a Fulbright Fellowship in Poland for the 2021-2022 academic year, teaching at the University of Rzeszów. Rzeszów has become a major hub for refugees as the Russian war in Ukraine continues. And I'm going to be reading an excerpt from a letter that Cecilia gave me or sent me a couple of weeks ago. And it's about what's happening in Ukraine now and that part of Poland. And she was, for a while, she went back to America for a couple of weeks, right before the war started, to visit family. And this is what happened. And then suddenly, in what seems like the blink of an eye, the whole world changes completely, utterly, profoundly. When I left Jeshuf on February 22nd for a long postponed visit with my family in the States, war had not yet broken out next door in Ukraine, although Russian troops were amassed at the borders and the signs were ominous. 2 days later, watching the news in my brother's living room, I didn't know if I should return to Poland or not, or what I would be returning to if I did. My brother pulled up a Google map. "You're awfully close to the border there," he said. Then I spoke with a Polish friend who at first urged me to stay where I was, then assured me I'd be safe in Jeshuf, where elite American troops are stationed. Jeshuf was also flooded with refugees crossing the border, he said, and he wept at least once a day, seeing how Polish people were opening their hearts and their homes and offering whatever they could to displaced Ukrainians. He didn't know what one American poet could do for them, but he said it's an opportunity to live through a moment in history. So the decision to return wasn't easy, and then it was. Because I'm still under contract to the Fulbright Commission, I still have my apartment and my job with the University of Jeshuf, and because I remembered something another friend told me once when I was despairing, just help one person. If everyone helps one person, it will be enough. So on March 6th, I traveled back to Jeshuf via Atlanta, Amsterdam, and Krakow, a journey of a little over 24 hours in all. The man who sat next to me on the transatlantic flight was an American doctor in family practice, headed to the border with thousands of dollars worth of medicines, clothing, and toys, bought with money he'd raised in a matter of days. He held out his own hands, looked at them, and told me I had to do something. In Krakow, the train station was more chaotic and crowded than I have ever seen it. An eastbound train to Przemysl via Jeshuf would be leaving in just a few minutes, but lines for tickets were endless and moving slowly. I hurried up to the platform where I met a woman who was also frantically trying to get a ticket on the eastbound train. We asked a man on the platform if he knew if we could buy tickets right on the train. "But I don't work here," he said. The woman was a doctor from Israel, it turned out, on her way to join a group of doctors at the border. The man, still standing nearby, heard us. He turned out to be a refugee from Ukraine. "Here," he said, "it's my gift to you," and held out a ticket for two for the last eastbound train, the free ticket he'd been given. "Just don't tell anyone that I gave it to you." The difference between the atmosphere when I left and a few days before the invasion began and now when I got off the train in Jeshuf was stark. It was snowing for one thing, signs everywhere in Ukrainian, decorated with Ukrainian flags, directed people toward aid stations. Refugees camped out in the main hall and local people carried in crates of food and water, toys and blankets. If I'd felt buoyed along the way by the surge of heroism that seemed to be moving toward the border, I was sobered by the faces of the refugees, exhausted, traumatized, maybe in shock. You turn around and your home is gone. Your whole country is up for grabs. If the world had seemed to change in the blink of an eye, the world must have become unrecognizable to them. I've spent so much time over the past 20 years trying to understand what Ukrainian identity has meant, particularly on this side of the border, in my grandmother's Carpathian Mountains, I think of them, where identities were for a long time in flux and contested, and borders kept shifting, and geopolitical allegiances, and the people of these borderlands, however they chose to identify themselves, suffered the consequence of having no country of their own, and thus no right to self-determination, no power over their own destiny. The people of the margins, not easy to define, but also not easy to defeat. Although I'm aware of how complicated the history of Ukraine and its people can seem, I desperately want the Ukrainian nation to triumph and democracy. Messy and imperfect as it is, it beats the brutality and corruption of totalitarianism. I've been thinking of an elderly woman I spoke with once who had been born in the same village where my grandmother was born. She had survived World War II in the borderlands, and she eventually immigrated to Canada. But the rest of her family had gone to Ukraine. She identified as Ukrainian and said to me of Ukraine, "It's a poor country, but it's a country." I confess I didn't fully understand what she was saying until recently, watching as a country that struggled to exist now struggles for its existence. And by country, I mean a people. When I pray for Ukraine, and I'm praying hard, it's not just Ukraine I'm praying for, but for the world and peace and human decency and our right to say who we are, and the creative impulse, which has to be more powerful than the destructive impulse. Slava Ukrainine, love, Cecilia. So that is from my good and dear friend and colleague, Cecilia Warlock, our poet on the ground in Rzeszów, Poland. So thank you, Cecilia, for your words, and I hope you can hear me. I hope you're well. Our next reader will be Mairoslava Stefanik. She was born in Ukraine. Her family fled Soviet persecution after World War II, lived in refugee camps for 5 years, then resettled in the USA. Myra has written widely about Ukrainian immigration, and her translations of contemporary poetry and prose have been published in numerous journals and anthologies. Please welcome her.
Hi, can you hear me?
She needs to unmute herself.
We heard you before, but you must have muted yourself. We heard you before.
How
Can
about
you-
now?
Good.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Cecilia, for that beautiful poem. I'd like to start by saying that Ukraine's battle for sovereignty and freedom from Russian oppression didn't start a month ago or even 8 years ago, but has been going on for centuries. First from the Russian czars, then the Soviets, and now from Putin and his thugs. I'm not going to read any of my own works today. I'd like to read a few poetic reflections by Macaula Harbaugh from my translation of his book called Details of an Hourglass, Poems from the Gulag. Macaula Harbaugh is a poet and musician. He was imprisoned in the Soviet labor camps for 16 years for his writing. He was released from the infamous Perm 36 labor camp in Siberia in 1985, during Perestroika. And although the Soviet Union collapsed shortly after that, Russia's imperialistic goals live on, more hidden perhaps, but growing and expanding, and the KGB forces and their methods are still very much in play, as we see on the newscast every day. Macaula Harbaugh's words are very timely today, as timely as they were decades ago. He is 81 now and living in war-tarnished and devastated Kyiv. Surely you monsters don't think that with lopped off wings, the need to fly vanishes. Why should I be afraid? The empire of evil will collapse. It will fall apart like all others before it, because such is the law of eternity. Thank you, God, for this law. So why should I be afraid? And one more. If we gather all the tears, all of your laments, O Ukraine, all your wailing and despair, your prayers from all those years when you endured the way of the cross throughout your land, and if the heart does not break from the weight of this burden, we will return. And I'd like to read one more thing, and that is an open letter to the world from the front lines of Ukraine, sent just a week ago. Author unknown, March 10th, 2022. Greetings to the world. I know that you are watching with the benevolent but frightened eyes of Poland, the uncertain eyes of France, the calculated steps of Germany, the nervous exclamations of Latvia, the skeptical twitching of Hungary, the moaning of Italy, the mute silence of Israel, the distant voices of Canada and the United States, and the eyes of hundreds of other countries. You watch uncomfortably. Often you cast down your eyes, especially when our bodies cover our children during continuous rocket attacks. And when you dare to look up, you watch amazed. You look around and ask, what kind of country is this Ukraine? She is pelted with bullets, but she stands. She is covered with cruise missiles, but she stands. She is battered by armored tanks from all sides, yet she stands. She is told, we're very sorry and deeply concerned, but, and she replies, you know, I am shooting down planes. They threaten her with the nuclear buttons and chemical weapons. She laughs and continues making bandera cocktails. The world holds its breath and with panic buys up iodine, but she stands. What kind of steel is Ukraine made of? What was in her mother's milk? What do they feed those warriors, those thousands of volunteers? You know, O world, but you really don't know. Actually, we ourselves didn't know until now. We didn't know we had such fortitude, such power, and such love. It was always there. For years, Ukraine lay buried under ruins, Russian rule, peace, dove feathers, olive branches of love. She lay there and waited to explode. And she exploded, but not in fear. Fear is what you, the world, feels. We feel something else. We feel fury for every killed child, for every mutilated faith, for every burnt city, for every shattered dream. And this fury gives us strength. We feel freedom, first and foremost, keen and firm. Yes, naked and vulnerable, but powerful freedom. And the freedom gives us strength. And we feel love. Oh, how we feel love. Where there is no distinction between kinsman and stranger, we are all one family, where millions of hands methodically pave the way to victory, everyone in his own way. And this love gives us strength. Therefore, O world, don't be afraid. We stand on guard. And should you suddenly be embarrassed to ask, we will tell you. Springtime will come and it will be blue and yellow, whether you are afraid or not. Glory to Ukraine and its heroes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was so powerful, and how wonderful that it's anonymous, because it could be anybody and everybody.
Exactly.
I
exactly.
love that. I
That's
love
why
that.
I chose it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We will move on to our next reader in our sequence, Linda Sienkiewicz. Linda Sienkiewicz's poetry and short stories have been published in numerous anthologies and journals. Her novel, In the Context of Love, was a finalist for multiple awards, and she has a Poetry Chapbook Award from Heartlands Today. She holds an MFA from the University of Southern Maine. Linda, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. I am honored to be reading. I certainly wish that the circumstances were much different. Before my husband retired, he managed a plant in Poland for a few years, and they employed over 400 Ukrainians, and he's been in touch with a lot of them. And, you know, here in the US, we are so far removed from the actual horrors of war. Yet I think it's only a fool that would not be moved by what we see in the news. And thank God for embedded reporters so they can tell us what's actually really happening. This is titled Bomb Shelter Drill, which I think many here can relate to those. We marched single file behind Miss Heskett down the stairs with the no-slip strips around the glossy cement walls into the dark under Independence Elementary School. Things I can't see feather my neck. Miss Heskett's smile is benign as cancer. She can't fool me. I'm old enough to understand things. Communists, the atomic bomb and its mutant creating cloud, the twilight zone. After the drill, eyes blinking, we return to daylight and our classroom with its tidy rows of desks and chairs, but something has been altered. Doug slams a desktop on George's fingers, and I just want to go home. We are here, Miss Heskett says, and she points to a dot on a brightly colored map of the world. Green, red, yellow, and blue countries that look like puzzle pieces. I see the enemy is far away, but it feels like he's here now, beating his fists inside my head. This poem was based on a book by Patrick O'Brien called Desolation Island. The book is about the British Royal Navy in the early 1800s. And in this particular scene, Captain Aubrey's ship is blown to smithereens and it's sinking. And then of course it starts sleeting. So what every mother hopes for. Imagine a boy, first class, age 11, helping the crew hoist cannons, provisions, anchors, cables, even a forge overboard, while the pumps belch out a ton of water a minute and the sea throws it back. In the sleet of dark December, mission failed, the crew works a fathering sail beneath the 1,050-ton warship, but the leak isn't stayed. The starboard pump chain breaks. Water fills the hold, 17 feet, rises above the gunwale. The larboard pump fails. Men hide, nurse crushed fingers. It's an unlucky ship, they say, haunted by the two-headed fetch of a murdered sheriff's man. 200 years before my son joins the Navy, then later takes his life. Before ships are nuclear powered, a boy on the swirling deck sobs convulsively as even the rats jump ship. The captain says any man who wants can leave, and Godspeed. Bawling officers, poxed lubbers, toothless, scurvied seamen, most of them unable to swim, raid the spirit room, loot the cabins, claw and kill for the boats. The boy wipes his nose on his sleeve and stands by the captain's side. He tells the boy she'll be lighter now, says she'll sail. I like this story. I like this story because even as something inside the captain dies, as he watches the last of them go astern, the dark struggling mass in the icy water, as those in the sea fight to get into the boats and those in the boats fight to keep them out. And that's not the worst of it. Stranded on Desolation Island with scurvy, a broken rudder, no forge to rebuild the frigate. I like this story because the boy comes home. And this is about my late son who was in the Navy. Jump drive. The cops picked him and his buddies up for loitering at the Burger King on Walton. They gave him a hard time, not believing Ignatius was an actual name, yet praised him as the only teen who answered, yes, sir, no, sir. As a boy, he raided my jewelry drawer, looking for gold and chains and beads so he could dress like his hero, Mr. T. Other times walked beside me through the grocers wearing red tights and a cape with the magic marker S. We laughed about his 12th birthday when I caught my sweater on fire, lighting cake candles. He and the sanctimonious boys across the street used to get into it with each other, taunting and swiping basketballs. He'd tell me all about the lectures in high school law, but failed class because he couldn't take notes while listening. Hearing his voice on that first call from boot camp at Great Lakes Naval Center made me cry, and that made him cry. When he was stationed in Crete, a Greek teenager gave him the red, white, and blue leather jacket off his back. The Navy praised his rock-solid performance, serving his Black Hawk Squadron during Operation Southern Watch over Iraqi no-fly zones. I saved the letter. He never talked about it. For Mother's Day, he filled a jump drive with every single recording ever made of the Doors. My last gift from him. And this is Watering, my last poem. My grandson waters the bricks. I'd hoped he would water my flowers, but he prefers to wet the patio and the sidewalk and watch the cement darken. He hands me the empty watering can. I carry it to the hose for a refill and lug it back to him. Water sloshes from the can onto my shoes and legs. There must be another way, but he's happy and busy, so I refill the can over and again. What else is there? He tells me all birds cry, except penguins. They live in the South Pole, Nana. If they cry, their tears freeze. Thank you so much for listening. And don't forget to donate.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Linda. Thank you. We'll move on. And again, thank you for your powerful words. Our next reader is Carmen Bugan. And oh, I remember Carmen when she was a student at Grand Rapids Community College. So I'm so honored to have her join us today. She was born in Romania and is an internationally renowned poet and writer. Her father was a critic of dictator Nicolae Ceausescu, and the family had to flee their homeland. Her memoir, Bearing the Typewriter, chronicles that journey and was nominated for the Orwell Prize. She has also written a book of literary criticism on Seamus Heaney and Eastern European poets. Please welcome Carmen Bugan.
Thank you so much, Linda, MLIC Keith Taylor here too. Linda, I was very moved by your reading. All of the readings so far were very moving, and it's hard to sort of keep unemotional on a time like this. I must say, as a Romanian, I'm now very proud of the work that people in Moldavia, where I come from, on the northern side of Moldavia, are doing to support the Ukrainian refugees. What I hear from there is a lot of work that is being done, and I've done some other benefits here in New York to support, to raise money for Romanian people helping the refugees from Ukraine. I wrote a prayer for Europe on February 27 here. The warring language floats in the winter air at the words of one dictator. People forget preparations for Clean Monday to begin the war. Across the border, children wake up in the night to the sound of bombs. A neighborhood grocery store will turn to ruin, and old men, together with young women, will take up their guns to join the army. Old mistrust rises, poisoning words. If I could halt the madness with a call to prayer, a reminder of old kindnesses we all so easily tend to forget. Today, Europe is a woman whose body has been sliced by the birthing knife over and over. Her cesarean wound badly patched, birth after birth. Her womb crisscrossed, flesh hardened along ridges of history written in blood. Protect its life-giving womb, slice her no more. Consider the early patches of snowdrops under the wheels of the tanks? Would those who fly the bomber planes notice the change of seasons in the sky for the peace it would bring and fly back home? Will neighborly kindness revisit memory? The world lifts its hands in prayer as Europe suffers. This is no birth. I'm going to read a poem that celebrates 31 years since we were refugees in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with my family. And this is for the refugees that are now looking for a place. On this day, we send our love. 31 years ago today, the other end of the world stung as if we were looking directly into the sun. Since then, we learned to look at the sunlit ground. On this day, we send our love to those who are scaling the wall, those who are stepping on a precarious raft, those who are hiding in the boxes stacked on a truck. We know it isn't play or malice that make you take this road. On this day, we send our love and our hope that you will land as we did on the verdant earth among welcoming people. The ground has fallen from under you, we know, just like the road vanished from under our feet. On this day, when we recall those first days of freedom, we send you our love, for you will need every kind word. And I have two more short poems. Time Being. And these come from my new collection of poems. It's just out now. It's called Time Being. Time Being. We did not make these doors, yet we too must walk through them. Truth and justice swing on rusted hinges. Vandals bang them on a wall. There is blood on a marble floor. Soldiers walk in with their guns like schools of fish in the sea, choreographing the shape of a monster. The miasma of lies suffocates the air. The righteous are affected by disaffection. Newsmakers are tangled in headlines. Isms rhyme with schisms. We did not build these doors, but we must walk through them to the other side, where Androcles stands with the lion at his feet. And I think so much has to do with language. I wrote a book of essays, which was published this summer, called Poetry and the Language of Oppression. It's an essays on politics and poetics that came out from Oxford University Press, where I look a lot at the language we create for ourselves to both remain oppressed in certain situations, but also to write ourselves free, to speak ourselves free. The last poem now is called The Language. Some climb on the backs of words to go places. Others carry words on their backs, humps on camels. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carmen. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. So wonderful to see you again after so many years. Thank you, my friend. Our next reader is Thomas Lynch. Thomas is an acclaimed poet, an essayist, widely known for his books of poetry, such as Skating with Heather Grace and Bone Rosary, and his collection of essays, The Undertaking, Life Studies from the Dismal Trade, which received widespread praise and was a finalist for the National Book Award. Lynch's work has been featured on NPR, PBS, and the BBC. Thomas Lynch, thank you for being here with us. Welcome.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you for the invitation. It's very good to be among my fellows in the same field. Carmen, it's good to see you. I think it might be nearly 30 years since I saw you, but they have been kinder years to you than to me. But this current heartache and misadventure that fills our evening news is reminds us that we are all refugees or kin of refugees, folks who have been colonized and dispossessed, the starving, the abused, the invaded, the enslaved, the indigenous, all those people who have been looking for a safe harbor in the midst of peril. I have remarked, though I don't know what to say about it, but I've noticed that when the conflict involves mostly white, mostly Christian people, we seem to pay more attention. And maybe more is the pity, because we're all in this together. All of us are in this together. We are all damaged by these misadventures. But I'll read a couple poems by white Christians, and then one of my own, maybe. This is by an Anglican priest from the UK, Malcolm Geet. It's called Refugee. We think of him as safe beneath the steeple or cozy in a crib beside the font, but he is with a million displaced people on the long road of weariness and want. For even as we sing our final carol, his family is up and on that road, fleeing the wrath of someone else's quarrel, glancing behind and shouldering their load whilst Herod rages still from his dark tower. Christ clings to Mary, fingers tightly curled. The lambs are slaughtered by the men of power, and death squads spread their curse across the world. But every Herod dies and comes alone to stand before the Lamb upon the throne. And this is a tune by Kathleen Brennan and her husband, Tom Waits. It's called Day After Tomorrow. It's a soldier song. I got your letter today and I miss you all so much here. I can't wait to see you all, and I'm counting the days here. I still believe there's gold at the end of the world, and I'll come home to Illinois on the day after tomorrow. It's so hard and it's cold here, and I'm tired of taking orders. And I miss old Rockford town up by the Wisconsin border. What I miss, you won't believe, shoveling snow and raking leaves, and my plane will touch down on the day after tomorrow. I close my eyes every night and I dream that I can hold you. They fill us full of lies everyone buys about what it means to be a soldier. I still don't know how I'm supposed to feel about all the blood that's been spilled. Will God on his throne get me back home on the day after tomorrow? You can't deny the other side don't want to die any more than we do. What I'm trying to say is, don't they pray to the same God that we do? And tell me, how does God choose whose prayers does he refuse? Who turns the wheel? Who throws the dice on the day after tomorrow? I'm not fighting for justice. I'm not fighting for freedom. I'm fighting for my life and another day in the world here. I just do what I've been told. We're just the gravel on the road, and only the lucky ones come home on the day after tomorrow. And the summer, it too will fade, and with it brings the winter's frost, dear. And I know we too are made of all the things that we have lost here. And my plane will touch down on the day after tomorrow. My plane will touch down on the day after tomorrow. Today, when I attended the Facebook Live Mass in West Clare to mark the death 30 years ago today of Nora Lynch, the Bed of Heaven to her, the gospel on tap was that well-known one of the prodigal son who takes his inheritance, goes off and spends it all, comes back. His father meets him in the road and orders the killing of a fatted calf. The older brother who stayed and paid the bills and kept the father gets a little cranky about that. It's a good story. It's worth telling. And one in a long line of restoration stories that begins maybe with the prodigal son. This one about the healing of the paralytic is part of it. Another restored order by miracle. This will grow into the story of Lazarus, who's called forth from a tomb, and eventually the mystery of the resurrection, which we'll be celebrating sometime in the rosy future, if the liturgical calendar is all it's cracked up to be. Anyway, this poem is based on an engraving, which is based on that story of the miracle. And just as the engraver stole it from another engraver, I've sort of borrowed it from a poem of Heaney's called Miracle, in which he highlights the same story. And notably, he says, don't look at the obvious, don't look at the savior or the healing or the forgiveness or the guy walking off with his bedroll. Look up at the roof. It was the fellows who carried him there, who got him where he needed to go, that are part of the miracle. We never talk about them. There's 4 of them. They're like pallbearers. And whenever I see pallbearers lowering a coffin into the ground, I think of these guys up on the roof who have just dug out the sods. Anyway, the engraving and this poem are both called The Sick of the Palsy Healed and His Sins Forgiven, which is the reverse of the story. The story says first he's forgiven and then he's healed. But anyway, here it is. And thanks again for including me in this. The graver's title tells it in reverse. So, which the greater miracle, we're asked, to cleanse the soul or cure paralysis? The mercy hidden or made manifest? The King James Version has forgiveness first, the sins remission quite invisible, and then to quiet the scribes and Pharisees, arise, he says, take up your bed and walk, wherefore begrudgers and their begrudging talk of blasphemy and sacrilege are hushed. The palsied man stands up and saunters off, bedroll and ropes gathered under his arm. Behold, we never saw a thing like that. The Savior's plain on this, it's faith that saves. The boyos on the roof, like pallbearers, delivered of their corpse and coffin straps, their thankless jobs all heft and heave and lift, done for yet another day, so they begin taking up their shovels, sods and tiles to mend the mess they've made of it again. Thanks.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Tom. Powerful words. I am just so honored and impressed with all of you that have joined me today. And next we have Jack Riddle. Jack is a dear friend and a beloved poet, teacher, and mentor. He taught at Hope College for over 35 years. His collections of poetry include Against Elegies, Losing Season, Broken Symmetry, which won the Society of Midland Authors Poetry Award. Also, he's written How to Walk Like a Heron and St. Peter and the Goldfish. He is the recipient of several awards, not only for his poetry, but for his teaching of young poets. Jack, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda, for the invitation. It's humbling to be here and nerve-wracking. I'm reminded, since all of us probably feel some sense of helplessness and what good's a poem going to do, I'm reminded of the poet Robert Francis, who lived by subsistence just outside of Amherst. And for 7 years or so during the Vietnam War, walked into Amherst and stood in the middle of the town square for 1 hour from noon until 1, and then walked home. And then when the so-called conflict was finally not solved, but closed, he said, it took me 7 years, but I finally ended that damn thing. And maybe that's what we're hoping each one of us is doing by writing some poems or being together. In an odd way, I'd like to dedicate this poem to my wife, Julie's father, who was the captain of the lead destroyer going into Cuba during the missile crisis. The man Kennedy called and said, turn them around. There's some connection. He was also a man who, there was an inadvertent test of radiation, and he sent all his men below deck, and he stayed because he was the captain above board. And because of that, from that radiation is what he did. From that radiation, he died. So for him too. This poem's called Against Elegies. There's going to be way too many of them. I'm tired of death's allure, of how that old beggar makes me think that rowing across the river is somehow richer, more serious than the center of a pomegranate or my dog's way of sleeping on his paws. I'm tired of the beauty of the elegy, the tone-deaf lyricism of it all. I want death to listen for a while, to Bud Powell or Art Blakey, to have to stare for 7 hours at Matisse. I want him to do stand-up and play the banjo, to have to tap dance and juggle, to play Trivial Pursuit and weed my garden. I'm tired of how death throws his voice, gets us to judge a begonia, a song in the shower, a voice, an old dog. I want life's ragged way of getting along, the wasted afternoon and empty morning, the sloppy kiss. I want to stagger along between innings. I want the burnt toast, the forgotten note, the lost pillowcase, the dime novel, the silly putty of it all. I was really struck by ML when you were talking about gas prices. That's been driving me nuts too. And so this next poem, I decided to read it because I think of my parents' generation and my parents' parents' generation during World War II. And digging victory gardens and saying, and accepting any kind of rationalizing of just about anything, and getting their cars up with gas on Tuesday and Thursday only in a line 15 cars long. It's embarrassing to listen to this whining. So I read this poem because of that. Title, At This Time. I fill much of my day with memories. They come. They just come. It's often my maternal grandmother who held me because after my mother's father died, my mother wouldn't hold me. She was living with him and her mother while my father led a black company in Europe. He and his men gathering and hoisting debris and body parts stuffed into canvas bags onto the bed of an army green dump truck. Her womb was the closest she ever held me. I was born in April. By a window, my grandmother sat in her chair behind her small, scarred, antique fold-down table with her cup of tea, pack of Pall Malls, and her wrinkled deck of cards for another day of solitaire. My mother and she listened to the waist-high Philco, news from the front, swing dance music, some laughter. My grandmother held me on her lap and each morning asked me what I wanted for next Christmas. And the third and last poem I'll read. I was thinking about poems the other day. I was going in to do this workshop. There were 700 people in this group, and I think a lot of you will connect with this. There's 700 people in this. They have lectures every couple of weeks for this group 700 belong to. And so I was asked to do a workshop, and I think the 8 people had a good time. Thank you, Robert Francis. One person put her hand up and said, "Are you going to read talk about any happy poems?" And I said, "No, no." Title is Because of William Stafford. I walked to the river. It didn't say a word. I walked into the river. It moved on by. I walked to the old oak. It didn't say a word. I sat under its old branches. The leaves fell around me. I walked to the robin's nest. It didn't say a word. I watched the mother fly to a nearby branch. Small heads rose. I walked through the meadow. It didn't say a word. I stood amid the wildflowers. They waved in the wind. I listened to the wind. It never said a word. I felt it cross my face. It was gone. It was there and gone. Thank you, Linda, ML.
And thank you, Jack. Thank you, Jack Riddle. Again, all of these words really honor me from all of you. Such a wide range of landscape of the world, landscape of the heart. Thank you. Our next reader is Dennis Heinrichson, who is the inaugural Poet Laureate of the Lansing metropolitan area. He has won numerous awards for his work, including the Field Poetry Prize for Karasaka's Dog the Akron Poetry Prize for Detail from the Garden of Earthly Delights, the Off the Grid Poetry Prize for This Is Where I Live, I Have Nowhere Else to Go. And he also has been awarded an NEA Fellowship. Please help me to welcome Dennis Heinrichson.
Thank you, Linda. It's a real honor to be here with these amazing voices and in service to Poetry Vigil for Peace. I'm going to read two of my own poems that I hope connect. I think they're in the human key of whatever the feeling is, watching people in need. And also the real troubling one, I don't know if you saw it, the empty strollers that were put out in the square. Did you see those? I don't know what to do when I look at that. This first poem is in a way the key of that image. The poem's called Drift, and it's about me trying to follow a blood trail. Somebody got shot 2 blocks down from where I live, and I thought I'd follow the blood trail, but in a psychogeographical way, I let myself drift, the poem Drift. I fall asleep to fireworks celebrating what I can't say. It is the middle of June. Then wake to gunfire at 5 a.m. The same violence governing one, infecting the other. This is property, mine, don't tread on it. So I keep to the left of the cruisers and taped off park. The shootouts trace evidence crude, casings and broken glass. The value in it pride, or just a woman's body, cache of drugs. A neighbor said she heard a female screaming, I've stepped on needles. And so it is morning. A man has carried gut and wound north beneath sodium lighting all the way to Sparrow. Feral cats have tufted a neighbor's yard with blood and fur. These, the flowers that have spawned in the night, the first of summer. Even before I wake, he's gone. Bullet off a rib or just a through and through where no organs are, so he can bleed as he walks or walk as he bleeds, leaving me to follow the blood trail. This is where he stumbled maybe to brace himself. Here, where he worked the ratios, steps per drops of blood, river quiet beside him, hospital up ahead in the dark, shining like a yacht, party still raging. Oh, forensics, I'm triangulating now the gap between us. A Raven Arms 25 caliber with zombie blood grip. I can imagine this. It's on the list to be destroyed. V, man bleeding, V, man driving away. This bullet walk, a postmodern drift, fragmentation through my city where real damage occurs. And another city blossoms, blisters the X-ray, shard, I'm lost. Forgetting, shard. I'm stopping for coffee instead, or reliving the night I writhed in ER before a hit of morphine and I took that sleep. It's strange, but it happens. A baby just drifts into your arms, your lips attached to its lips, carrying it like that baby seal I saw in Monterey Bay, crying so loud it was trapped in a net, deep water everywhere. The world split open then as the city is now, baby not stirring, its breath not even see-saw. Mother racing behind the EMT, only partially dressed. She's run out of the house in pajamas, a tattered housecoat. Her husband has followed in the car. And so they just jumped the line. They put a fissure in us. They put in wave chop. How far down deep water goes. Never mind the EMT, his next call. Never mind the whales I was in Monterey to see. There's a baby on a gurney in a hallway, barely breathing, and I am breathless with it. Then a friend in need. I have a friend who has gone from 0 to 1,000,000 miles an hour with a Parkinson's diagnosis, and it just sort of startled me, and I didn't know what it called forth from me, I guess, as I was thinking about it. The poem's in the form of a letter to a friend of mine. She had her window blown off, and I was thinking of the door being blown off as sort of the image, central image. Her name's Shalene McElhaney, a really fine poet. So the title is very simple. Dear Shalene, Wind all night last night. A low fire zombie substrate. Like in the Arctic now, those nightmare scenes I keep repeating, freshly fanged. Brain nearly digital these days, even at rest it scrolls. Brain still with its doors not blown up. That's my friend. All his framing splintered. Wind has pushed him to cliff edge. In just 4 months, he is slack, windless, a jib, really gibbet, hanging between nurse and partner to take a piss. He forgets his daughter's name, but not her face. Wakes from napping, looks for me. But it's just death there. Not low and delicious, as Whitman had it, a vulgar, but vulgar mostly, lyric. How could it not be otherwise? That's how he spoke. Walking Crane Beach or that Gatsby lawn fronting the estate, desiring not money, but its hidden healing power, loving daughters. World is fuel as friendship is, as bodies are. Father, brother, husband, wife, all the sour dead keening as we, the living, burn, seeing only the grief in it. Where is the joy, the promised new life? There's a gap in theory somewhere. Dear God-wrought, dear thing in the night that pierces the brain. How is it you so easily blast away at us? We mistake you for the shapes of love. Thank you. I'll end there, and my last poem will be a donation, which is out there somewhere. Thanks so much, Linda.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you, thank you. We have 2 more readers for this segment of this Poetry Vigil for Ukraine. And our next reader is Keith Taylor, my good friend Keith Taylor. He lives in Ann Arbor, taught at the University of Michigan for many years. His poems, reviews, and translations have been published widely. An avid bird watcher, he's the author of the poetry collection Birdwild. He also is the author of the books Let Them Be Left, Guilty at the Rapture, a Michigan Notable Book Award winner, and also Marginalia for a Natural History. Keith, welcome.
Thank you, Linda. It's a really pleasure to be among all you guys. As several of you know, I have been rather fragile at poetry readings the last couple of years, and it's getting worse. So while you all have been reading, I have changed what I'm going to read to make sure I can get through the poems. So you're not going to hear a couple of the poems I was originally planning to, because I'm pretty sure I wouldn't make it. Somebody's making noise down there. That's Joy. Is that Joy making noise? So I'm going to read. So this is the revised set list. The first poem is an older poem that tells my own immigration story to the United States, which is, nothing compared to the stories we are hearing and will be hearing, other than the fact of the confusion. Even in a very benign immigration story, there is the confusion that comes, particularly for a child. Landed immigrants. No, nothing like your huddled masses with exotic old world diseases. No endless weeks aboard ships sailing to a vague Eden. Just a rust-browned 58 Chevrolet pulling a family of 4 in a U-Haul southeast from Moose Jaw into this foreign land on July 4th. Main Street in Portal, North Dakota was blocked off early. Bunting and flags were already up. By Fargo, the bands were out. Between floats, Indians rode their nervous Appaloosas. They looked like our Indians, wore the same buckskins, never looked down, and always ignored the police, who held us up, our motor running, until the Minutemen with their pipes marched past and Yankee Doodle was lost in a sudden breeze. Then the car broke down. Steam sprayed out the grill, even seeped back through the floorboards. The gears locked. In Chicago, our future seemed an impossible dream. A new television show with machine guns and barrels of illegal whiskey brought from Canada. Chicago, where good guys look bad and where gangsters finally bought it. There are, in one of the famous museums in London, there's a whole wing devoted to some Greek marbles that were stolen in the middle of the night 200 years ago. How you call those marbles, wittingly or not, says something about your view of colonialism. I prefer to call them what the Greeks call them, the Parthenon Marbles, which is the title of this poem. I shouldn't have taken it, particularly just to sit like a neglected trophy on the ledge in my study between a piece of copper I bought in the Keweenaw and some dead coral shaped like the Venus of Willendorf I dove for in the ocean on the windy and wild side of Oahu 20 years before I visited Greece. I should have left it beside the new paved road bisecting the Acropolis of Rhodes, mixed in with construction junk, cement, and broken shoes. Not the Parthenon marbles getting dusty in Bloomsbury, just my 2-inch shard of red clay with a distinct, delicate, rounded ridge, hand-formed and fired 30 or 3,000 years ago for someone needing a pot to carry water or wheat up to the temple. Still, I should have left it there. And I'll end with this little one, which is just an attempt to try to recognize our connections to the things that happen in the world, even when we think we're protected behind our windows. This is called Responsibilities. I keep the feeders filled with seeds, so jays come down noisy and unforgiving. They chase off starlings, then build their nests out back. I watch them from my study while far away, towers fall and ancient cities crumble. Thank you.
Keith Taylor, thank you so much. I, again, am so honored and fortunate to be surrounded by so many good writers, good poets, good words, good friends. And we will end this session with my friend Leslie Piecik, who currently lives in North Carolina. Leslie is an award-winning novelist and short story writer. Her debut novel, Pears on a Willow Tree, follows the lives of 4 generations of Polish and Polish-American women as they struggle with the challenges of immigration. Her other books include Silver Girl, A Year and a Day, and This Angel on My Chest, a remarkable, brilliant short story collection, which won the Drew Hines Literature Prize. Leslie, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. This prose writer is so honored to be here with the poets. And I assure you, you do not want to hear any of my poems. So I have chosen to put the spotlight on a Ukrainian poet whose work was translated by a friend of mine. And these poems were recently featured in the White Review, which is an online journal, thewhitereview.org. And they are, I'll give you a little bio about the poet and about the translator. So the poet's name is Yakimchuk, born in 1984. Iya is the award-winning author of 2 poetry collections, A Little Further from Heaven and The First Page of Winter, and she writes in both Russian and Ukrainian. Kiva's poems have appeared in English translations in Asymptote, Literary Hub, Los Angeles Review of Books, Words Without Borders, and others. And the translator, who is a friend of mine, is Katherine E Young, and she is the author of the poetry collections Women Drinking Absinthe and Day of the Border Guards, and the editor of Written in Arlington. She is the translator of Look at Him by Anna Stoabinitz and Farewell Urlis by Akram Alaili. Young's translation of contemporary Russophone poetry have won international awards. She was also named a 2017 National Endowment for the Arts Translation Fellow, and she lives in Arlington, Virginia. So these are three brief poems. And the first one is, it's untitled. If you close your eyes, you can hear the sea, whether black or Uzav. You can't tell immediately. A triumph of sound, the off-season, naked beaches. We breathe it in, hold it in our lungs without speaking, afraid to sing out of key, unleashing note after note in perfect waves. The poplars swim away a little further from heaven, from poetry's idol, nuts falling to the ground, smack their heads and cry bitterly. And the second poem is also untitled. You stand in the middle of a completely foreign city. In the middle of its most famous cemetery, you read the inscriptions in Polish. You hear the voices of Polish tourists. Tombstone, tombstone, tombstone. They're seeking someone's death in Polish. You're seeking someone's death in Ukrainian. Your relatives might have been buried here if they hadn't been forced to become echoes, to wander Donbass seeking death in Russian, so that all the while on the other side of Ukraine, a girl with long black hair moves her lips, translating the language of death, seeks inscriptions about your family in the cemetery. And the final poem, it's from a longer work called People of Donbass, and this little section is called Ilya. Why did you orchestrate a war at home and run away to more normal cities? The neighbors' sticky-fingered spoons clap their hands and pull hair after hair from my head. You're guilty of everything. And I think, what if they come to kill me while I'm lying naked in the boat of this summer, without water, electricity, any kind of connection? No one will know what she died of, standing in the kitchen and falling backwards like sugar in a cup of paper wrath, and the uproarious sea of love throbbing in my temples like the pocket flashlight of dreams with which I fumble along walls of guilt. Some people live in it, and they call my life a home as if it were alive. The step thorn of the sun doesn't let me see myself, but I'm there somewhere in the ash heap of smoldering photos. I kiss some sky before it starts to burn. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. And what fine work from the poet and your friend, the translator. And I bow to such a fine novelist to read poetry for us. Thank you, Leslie. Your rhythm was wonderful. Thank you. Well, that ends my session for this afternoon, and we're in on time, ML.
I know.
I'm so proud of everybody.
This is
Thank
very
you.
unusual for poets.
I know, and I just have to say again, I can't say it enough, how much these 9 people mean to me. in different ways. And I've known all of you in different capacities, some more than some longer than others. But I just want to say it's been a real honor and pleasure to reconnect with you for a cause that you all know is very, very close to my heart. Because I hear from my friends and family who are still in Poland every day. And it means a lot to me that I was able to be here with you. And ML, it means a lot to me that you asked me to co-host. Thank you so much. Thank you all.
Linda Nemec Foster and her busload of wonderful poets and writers. And Carmen said this is an excellent set of writers. It is. The next set is going to be really interesting and different as well. And Diane Decilis is going to lead us through several poets. Many you will know, some will be new names to you. And one is a well-known Ukrainian poet who lives, I believe, in Warren, Michigan. And she has a couple of books, and she's going to be part of Diane's segment. So thank you, Linda, and thanks to all of you for coming in. And you're welcome to stay or watch on Facebook. It's on my Facebook page right now. We'll continue. Then we'll put a whole big thing together for YouTube and with all the readings. So thank you. I want to introduce Diane Decilis. She's been doing great things for the Detroit Writers Guild and other reading series. She's had the reading at the Maple Theater, which is like a favorite idea. You know, I like to, in fact, Tom Lynch is probably gone, but here's an idea I've been having. You know, I have Poets and Pies, Dogs and Poets, and I keep driving by Call's Funeral Home on Jefferson.
Oh, no.
And, you know, they're not busy all the time.
No.
So I wonder if we could do like pop-up readings in an empty funeral home. Poets and funerals sounds perfect.
Those pop-ups and funeral homes are not good, ML.
They're not.
Thank you, Tom,
Down, we want them
for
to
your
stay
comment.
down. Just saying.
What, Tom?
When they're down, we want them to stay down. Part of the deal. Yeah.
Oh man.
Are you making me the co-host now? Because I'd like to turn off the chime for the doorbell.
Oh, I did turn it off.
Oh, did you? Thank you. Okay,
but
good.
I am going to do that. Anyway.
Okay, very good. Very good.
So there's
right.
Diane Decilis. She's sitting there. Did you take down Lou's little yellow cab, or is it still up
No,
there?
it's still up there.
Okay, because we want to keep Lou's spirit alive.
Okay, well, I think he's here.
I know
He's
he
going to
is.
be here
I know
to
he
hear
is.
the reading. So
please
Yeah.
welcome Diane Decilis. She'll lead you through, and then I'll pick up at 6:30 with some other folks. And Tillinghast will be joining us from Hawaii, and a number of folks, Gary Mitras from Amherst, and so on and so forth. But this is a great group here, Diane, so take it away.
I will. Thank you, ML. Thanks for organizing this. It's really, really a beautiful thing. So appreciate it very much. I'm going to jump right in. I am going to put some links in the chat, a couple of places you can donate. And I've also asked all of my readers to put a link in for their websites or books so you can look them up afterward and get to know them a little better if you don't already. All right, so I am going to jump right in. Our first reader is Mindy Lapierre, Melinda Lapierre, and she's a retired Detroit teacher who holds an MFA from Vermont College, and she's a member of Spring-Fed Arts, and she's been published in numerous journals. Mindy's affinity for the surreal is manifest in a fascination with puppets, fairy tales, and the ordinary strangeness of life. Please welcome Mindy Lapierre.
I better unmute.
Yes, that's.
I too want to thank the facilitation of this, and really, it's an honor to be part of such a great group of poets. I wanted to read two poems. One is my own, and one is from Wisława Szymborska, the Polish poet. And I'll start with hers. Could have. It could have happened. It had to happen. It happened earlier, later, nearer, farther off. It happened, but not to you. You were saved because you were the first. You were saved because you were the last, alone, with others, on the right, the left. Because it was raining, because of the shade, because the day was sunny. You were in luck. There was a forest. You were in luck. There were no trees. You were in luck. A rake, a hook, a beam, a break, a jam, a turn, a quarter inch, an instant. You were in luck. Just then, a straw went floating by. As a result, because, although, despite, what would have happened if a hand, a foot, within an inch, a hair's breadth from an unfortunate coincidence? So you're here, still dizzy from another dodge, close shave, reprieve? One hole in the net and you slip through? I couldn't be more shocked or speechless. Listen, how your heart pounds inside me. And the poem I'm reading of my own is An Evening Bird Walk Before Winter. At dusk, we call the owls. The tape of warbling hoots warns a territory. Hopefully, some bird might investigate the trespass. Into November's darkening wood we stare, blindly blinking, willing a low-flying owl to shift the shadows. Behind masks, we hold our breath and listen. We try the ululation trill that welcomes home a mate. The woods stay silent as wings. Only the chirping whistle of sentinel squirrels, the deceptive chill of Indian summer. It is a season for marking weather. Off trail, so many routes that trip, so many hiding hollows. Have predators ever been decided by belief? Above us, circling planes mimic vultures. Warning lights, the constellations. The river, a black mirror where beavers build their mounds, fell the healthy trees. The path, dented with puddles on placing sky, could become muck so viscous we could all be mired, drawn down. We keep a distance of anonymity, shuffle through leaves, brittle and breakable, threading toward an erratic light, narrow trunks block and reveal. The owls can shape us clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy. Beautiful. Next up, Diana Verno. Diana writes and practices law in Southeast Michigan. Her poetry received a nomination for Best of the Net in 2020 and a Pushcart nomination in 2021. Her chapbook, When Truth Comes Home to Roost, is co-winner of the 2021 Celery City Chapbook Contest. And I've asked the poets to put a link in so that you can see their books and again, their websites. So let's welcome Diana.
Thank you, Diane. It's an honor to be reading with all these talented poets in support of the people of Ukraine. The heartbreaking events in Ukraine are not the focus of the poems I'll be reading. Instead, they're an introduction to people who lived in or had family in Lithuania a little over 80 years ago. Yet they do speak to the loss and suffering that occurs during and in the aftermath of war. The poems were written for my newly discovered cousins in Canada and in England, and our ancestors who lived in Europe during dark times. Today, the poems are dedicated to the Ukrainian people. Celestial Navigation. They said my aunt worked for the BBC during the war, a fashionable woman, hat angled just so, who didn't talk about the past. When pressed, claimed her father was a lowland Scottish farmer, her mother a Spanish opera singer, none of which was true. Although they had landed in Scotland after escaping Memel, a Lithuanian port town on the Baltic, ceded to Hitler in 1939. She never told a soul her real name, where she began, what she left in Glasgow. Her father, who tutored Talmud scholars in a cold water flat, her tuberculotic mother, 7 little brothers and sisters, letters from Memel hinting what was to come, shattered glass, yellow stars, darkness swallowing every grandparent, aunt, uncle, cousin, including dear Rocco, fixed to memory in an A-lined coat, hands tucked inside a muff. My aunt, navigated by fear, never spoke of all those extinguished stars, unaware they would continue to glitter the night, find my eye, imprint their light, guide me to what she'd lost. Scattered family, patched hearts tattooed to chests, arms stretched skyward toward the exquisite hush, the overture, arias rise. At Synagogue Beth Zion's virtual memorial service. Names float on wisps of smoke. Great Uncle Aaron, 82. Great Aunt Marietta, 80. Murdered in the Kovno ghetto, yet dressed for a party in their 50th anniversary photo, as is their granddaughter, dear Rocco, 19, who perished at the Stutthof concentration camp. Her bright-eyed cousin, Jacob 10, also there, shot dead on the street. Names I learned only recently when a sample of my DNA flipped history's pages to reveal my father's identity, my connection to this photo of grown-ups seated at a long table covered with cutwork and lace, starch napkins, dishes piled high, a gravy boat ready for transport, while ruddy-cheeked Jacob, wearing a tie, sits in the foreground, his legs crossed. My great aunt lifts her chin with pride for what she's created, this bright constellation. Rocco and her sister stand behind the elders, next to their brothers, all winsome striplings, hungry for adventure, drawn to train stations. Their parents, the party planners, look wary, preoccupied with what's outside their door, flames ignited by discontent, fanned by lies and hate, leaping from darkened rooms into the broad light of their neighbors' gardens. They must have comforted one another, said, "This will pass, we'll be fine." Rocco and others climbed aboard trains, her brother, killed crossing a border. One made it to Scotland, forever scathed. It's enough to trigger despair, and I admit I've come close. But I tell you, I love the world despite everything I know. It finds a way, seeds its unspoiled self in scorched soil, genetic codes of ruined hearts, calls us to the table, where I light a candle in memory of 33 family members, once celebrants, reduced to kindling, then ash, who gather this night to hear their names said aloud once more. Thank you for listening, and please do what you can to support the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, Diana. That was beautiful. Our next reader is Lucinda Sabino. Lucinda's a Michigan poet.
Wait a minute, Diane, I have to
excuse me.
butt in.
Yes. Okay.
I think in some way, since you're the host,
Yeah.
you need to hit back on the speaker view only, because Facebook looks like an extended version
Okay.
of the match game or something.
All right, I've got that.
Okay.
And is there still doorbells? Because
No, I got
Dunya
rid of
can't
them.
get in.
I
Okay.
just left the whistles. No,
Dunya's having trouble getting in. So
yeah, I let her in, but tell her to try again, because I did.
okay.
check
You heard
her.
Terry? Okay, very good. Thank you. I'm going back to Lucinda. Hello, Lucinda. I'll just repeat.
Hello.
Lucinda is a Michigan poet. She has 2 chapbooks out. We're Coming Close and Dancing in the Intersection. She uses her travels, the Michigan landscape, and family as her inspiration. Right now, poetry is the only tool I have to try to make sense of the world, she says. Welcome, Lucinda.
Thank you. And thank you for including me. In my travels, I have lately learned what it means to be an imperialist, wittingly or unwittingly. And these poems echo that. Violence is the last refuge of the incompetent, as Isaac Asimov. Only in passing do I catch the news I know better than to watch. My hands clench on invisible triggers, a baseball bat fantasy. I can feel the impact from wrist to shoulders. I know I'm incompetent in many ways, unable to effect enough change to be satisfied without the need to punish. This is why my mother loved spanking us. She told me that she learned in college child psych that you should only use your hand, that it's hard to tell how hard you were hitting with a belt or a paddle. This is how we teach children to hit, to lash out. I'll only say one thing, it is cathartic. I long to punish, not children, never children, just their fathers of power. State of shock. We are fumbling in a constant shouting, snarling, weaponized discord. So you say you will ring the Buddha bowl, summon a soothing chord. Just how long can you keep that up before your arm falls asleep? I no longer sleep. Between the earworm of 60s protest songs and a cacophony of very real fears performing its electric shock. I grew up in the afterglow of the Second World War, not safe from crisis, but safe from annihilation. We finished the jigsaw puzzle we started after Christmas. 30 pieces were missing, found scattered here and there on the floor, one badly chewed by the dog. Russia is the dog chewing Ukraine. Robert Reich, I am paying attention. After each of your posts, I comment, what can I do? What can I do? Or what can I do?
Beautiful.
Mi nieta asks me not to sing in Spanish. We watched Disney's version of Mexico, an enchanted house, teen Mirabelle, 2 sisters and her enormous family singing and dancing their way through fiestas, a miraculous candle that has always protected the family. But the casita starts to crumble around them. The 3 daughters of a detainee couple scheduled for deportation wait on the bus in the rain outside the Port Isabella Detention Center. The wind is fierce and the rain bites as they are hurried into the building. A hurricane, fire, and secrets destroy Encanto, the family home. It falls to Mirabelle to keep the miracle candle from burning out. She prevails and everything is magically restored to its floral glory. The final song is triumphant. The children in Texas are so terrified they forget to be happy when they see their parents. Bedlam in the cold room. All the children are crying, all the guards are shouting, the wind is screaming. When the screaming stops, nothing has changed. We are watching Disney's version of Mexico, singing and dancing along. My granddaughter asks me more than once not to sing in Spanish or use Spanish words. I comply, but as I brush her dark brown hair and Isabella, the pretty sister, sings, I say, your hair is beautiful, just like Isabella's. That's as close as I get to begging her mother, my daughter, to tell her that she has a whole family in Mexico, Abuela Lydia, cousins, half-siblings, and a father who loves her, but was denied entry to the US when she was born. In order? And This one is called Her Heart is a Screaming Monkey for the refugee mothers. Her heart is a screaming monkey. A monitored lizard has dragged her sweet-faced baby beneath lily pad and black water. The overhanging bow tree branch dips low as the monkey runs back and forth. Again and again, she stretches a long-fingered hand toward the water, grasps nothing. The floating lotus lifts its golden chalice lined with blood, beauty lost on the monkey, who will spend 3 days frantic, howling, lips drawn back from her useless teeth. Exhausted and hungry, she returns to the troop, who turn their backs, move to another tree, leave her alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. It's beautiful too. Pushcart Prize nominated poet Joy Gaines Friedler is the author of 3 full-length books of poetry. Her most recent, Capture Theory, is a Forward Review Indie Fab finalist and an Edward Hoffer Award finalist. In addition, her chapbooks Stone on Your Stone is co-winner of the 2021 Celery City Chapbook Contest. Joy teaches private workshops in creative writing. She also teaches for nonprofits and communities at risk, including the Prison Creative Arts Project and Freedom House Detroit, which serves refugees from Northern and Western Africa. Welcome, Joy. Okay. I think is anyone hearing your voice?
Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm totally
Yes.
digging it.
Pardon?
It sounds like the Chipmunks.
Mm-hmm. Like stretch.
It's still like that. Do you want to, can you see? No, that's not going to work.
That's perfect, Diane. What are you talking about?
No. We want her.
Talking about?
We want her poetry voice. So, okay.
That's how I'll translate. That's how Modi talks.
Your voice sounds like you've had a helium. You know, the helium balloon. All right, I'm going to go to Christine and then you can work on that. Very good. Okay. It was fun, but you know, we want to take it seriously. So let me just look here. Christine Rhine is up next. Christine's full-length poetry collection, Wild Flight. Excuse me, I'm going to just adjust something here. Sorry about that. I'm going to start over. If I can. Having a little technical, there we go. Christine's full-length poetry collection, Wild Flight, won the Walt McDonald Prize from Texas Tech University Press. Her poems have appeared in over 70 literary journals and anthologies, including the Gettysburg Review, Michigan Quarterly Review, the Southern Review, Best New Poets, and the Best American Non-Required Reading. Among a wide range of topics, Christine has written about her parents' childhood experiences in Germany during and after World War II. For today's reading, she notes that her father grew up about 300 miles west of Ukraine. Please welcome Christine Rhine.
Thank you, Diane. I'm grateful to be participating, and you know, we often talk about the community, the poetry community, and the comfort and connection that it brings us. But on a day like today, with this fundraising effort, the poetry community takes on a worldwide feel, and really the world of poetry doesn't have borders. And I'm thinking of poets and poetry readers around the world, including in Russia. And I just wanted to say that before I read. So my first poem, I'm going to read two poems. This is from my book, Walk Flight. It's an old poem now. I realize I wrote it in 2002, 20 years old. But sadly, I chose it because history repeats and goes round and round. So am I in the view?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
you are.
Okay, good. Poem in February. This is a poem for the librarian killed in Sarajevo by shell burst as she tried to save rare books from flames. For the gray ash pages falling over the city, a man catching one, feeling its heat before the words melted to dust. For the apartment dwellers under siege, burning their books to survive the winter. 2 books to cook 1 pot of soup. This is a poem for my father, 14 in 45 Germany, lying on a roof, searching clouds for the lost smells of bakery, butcher shop. And for the same boy, seeing his uncle beaten and thrashed by Russian police, hiding himself in a haystack with the last of the Mohicans, the first time he knew reading was escape. This is a poem for my sister's cleaning lady, who sends money back to the Ukraine for her 5-year-old son left behind 2 years ago, and for my sister, who stopped reading to her own young son on Thursdays so that the Ukrainian woman won't watch and cry. This is a poem for an old woman sitting on the subway, pretending to read a newspaper, folding it over her knees, the run in her hose trailing to shoes wrapped with duct tape. And for the homeless man, guarding his spot, his table on the sidewalk, selling magazines and books found in the trash, Gourmet, Vogue, The Big Picture. I hadn't read this poem in a while, and I was startled this morning to come across the lost smells of bakery. That memory of my father before he became a refugee is a terribly fitting segue for my second poem, a brand new poem that I wrote this month for this event. It's an adaptation of an essay that I read in The Guardian on March 13th by Ukrainian Andrei Kirkov. And I encourage you to seek out the essay because my poem only touches on part of it. My poem is also an adaptation of the pantoum form. It has the repetition of a pantoum, but it doesn't have the neat, rigid structure. So before I read it, I just want to thank you again for this opportunity, and I encourage all listening to make a donation to the Ukrainian relief effort of your choice. Report from Ukraine, 2 weeks after the invasion. I have long since run out of words for the horror. In the village of Makariv, a bakery bombed. I tried to imagine the smell of yeast, of warm, white, brick-shaped loaves in the moment just before the attack. Bombed, a Makariv bakery and a bread store in Chernihiv, staff killed and many customers while standing in line, waiting for warm brick-shaped loaves in those white-lit moments just before the attack. I sense the taste of blood, as if my lips have been split open in a fight. Everywhere, staff, customers, children killed on Ukrainian soil, in our land of bread and wheat. I sense my lips split open every day, the taste of blood and metal, fields full of shell fragments, of blown up tanks and cars. On our soil, our Ukrainian land of bread and wheat, farm work stopped. The shelling and bombs go on, fields full of shrapnel, downed planes, helicopters. We've stopped talking about farm work, traditions, the way we like to dip our bread in milk. On and on the massacre goes, volunteers carrying food, postmen delivering pensions, shot dead. I want to tell you about traditions, to talk of my wife and I, how we dip our bread in milk, watch our sons make and eat their sandwiches. And every day, people carry food, deliver what they can deep into the metro, like something from an apocalyptic story now. The tunnels crammed full, young and old, drinking tea, watching children's films in makeshift cinemas, sharing advice we read on our phones. The safest place at home, our cast iron baths. The Kiev metro, deepest in the world, an apocalyptic story we cram into, letting the children watch films again and again. We drink tea and talk of war crimes, of someday justice, of safety at home, away from windows in cast iron baths. I cannot visit Facebook without tears in my eyes. Women I know post pictures of husbands I knew. And more, the war crimes, a fire at a power plant, the smoldering rubble of hospitals, schools. Someday, justice, fields of wheat, the fragrant smell of sandwiches. I try not to cry, not to imagine workers jailed inside a power plant. I think more and more of my wife, our sons, of children, women, men I know or knew, of fires and rubble, hospitals, schools, apartments, churches, bread lines. Long ago, I ran out of words for the horror.
Thank you, Christine. Joy, are you ready? Are you there? Okay, I'm going to move on. I suspect she's still working on the issue there. Elise Alusi's work has appeared in most recently Museum of Americana and is forthcoming in an anthology of love poems by Arab writers. Elise works at Inside Out Literary Arts. In 2019, she was awarded a Kresge Literary Arts Fellowship. And I want to mention Elise curated an exhibit which is very pertinent to what's going on now. It was, Elise, I think you could talk about it a little better than I can. Can you tell us a little bit about the exhibit?
Sure. Thank you, Diane, and thank you, ML. I've been so moved by this reading and really grateful to be here. The exhibit that Diane's talking about was at the Arab American National Museum a few years ago, and it was put together by a photographer. I'll find a link, and and put it in the chat, who documented the things that refugees from Iraq brought with them and other parts of the Middle East brought with them when they left their homelands. So it's this just beautiful array of photographs, but then also personal anecdotes about what people chose to take with them when they left their homes. I am going to read two poems. The first one, sorry, let me pull up my little document here. The first one I wrote during the uprising in Iraq. I definitely feel like every war is unique in its tragedy and its loss in the stories of people. But in watching what's happening in Ukraine, I am definitely reminded of so many other tragedies we've all witnessed. And this is called Uprising. Why is there confusion always about the size of the crowd, the number of dead, the exact time the war or revolution began? Gathered on bridges, standing in squares, clouded in tear gas, scarves pressed to mouths, emptied canisters thrown into a mass of bodies, the bloody on makeshift stretchers, crowd opening for one, then the next, the next. Everything's been makeshift for so long, cars and careers, hospitals and plans, days of no lights, no jobs, no school, turned into months, breaks in the wars, blockades as hard to count as the flour in the bag, gas in the car, diminishing fruit on the trees in the orchard, only a memory. They try to pull the blinds down so no one can see us like this, rising up from morning until night, shut communication as if these shouts, the crowds wouldn't find their way to someone with pen and paper to document again, if nothing else again. The next morning, dead birds organize like martyrs along the edges of the flag, the photo shared 10,000 times over. What is left to carry a nation of people toward the bridge again today, except that anticipation, thick in the air, a new country, like birds black and rising above their shoulders. And this next poem is called Luck. And I wasn't going to read it, and then I heard Mindy's beautiful reading, and I thought of this poem. Once I held that small bit of my mother's dress, blue like how the sky is near the water or in our dreams, competing with itself always. Now I wait center stage in the lottery window, caught between what was left and what is here now. Behind my small door, I hear your birthdays and death days, visions and repeating patterns, license plate, old phone number, perfectly even total of the restaurant bill. Circle the numbers, call them out, or let me choose. Some people play once, win once. Thank you again to Diane and to ML. It's been beautiful to see everyone. I wish we were in person, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Elise. Terry Blackhawk. Terry Bonhorst Blackhawk's fifth full-length collection of poems, One Less River, was named a top 2019 poetry title by Kirkus Reviews. Since retiring as founding director of Detroit's Inside Out Literary Arts Project, which she held from 1995 till 2015, Terry has lived near her family in Connecticut. She received the 2021 Horace Mann Award for her from her alma mater, Antioch College, and she and Dunya Michelle were both 2013 Kresge Arts in Detroit Literary Fellows. Please welcome Terry Blackhawk Bonhorst.
Thank you, Diane. And I am disguised as Dunya here. We're in the same spot as two fellows together. It's just been wonderful to be included in this. The wonderful organizing is amazing. ML putting this together with such depth and such extensive reach. It's very moving to be doing this at this particular time. And thank you to Linda and Diane for hosting. I'm going to read one poem and share another that is not mine. This poem came out actually 10 years ago in the Collagist and is called Serious Games. And I wrote it after going to an exhibit at the Museum of Modern Art in New York by the filmmaker Harun Farocki, who I'll read what his thrust is. Serious Games positions video game technology within the context of the military where it originated. The work juxtaposes real-life wartime exercises with virtual reenactments in order to examine the fundamental links between technology, politics, and violence. And I was just overwhelmed by this exhibit, which featured 4 different screens talking about how the video technology was used to program and deprogram in a quote therapeutic way soldiers who had suffered traumatic experiences. So, and I took this poem in draft form to a workshop with Carolyn Forche, to whom I am very grateful for saying, that's your last line. So, Serious Games, after Harun Farocki's installation on video trainings for US soldiers. The follow-up images have no shadows. The images are used for remembering. The system for remembering is cheaper than the one for training. Both image systems are asymmetrical. It was an ambush. It smelled like burnt rubber. The sun was blacked out. Cement block, dead dog, Coke can. I can't hear you. I just wanted to get out of there. Our instructor places enemies, huge and very huge. We can add ambient background, add storms. They saw Jones first. Can we turn this off now? These images are used for therapeutic purposes. I got assigned to Jones. I am not familiar with this program. You're doing a great job. Look again at the screen. If you are in training, you get shadows. A sun with no shadow is worse. Can you get worse doing this? This is a new feature. Palm trees, friendlies by the side. Morning air, dust, overcast, the light of the traumatic experience. It smelled like burnt rubber. I didn't want to shoot anything. Can be adjusted. They didn't know where I was. I wasn't supposed to, but I started walking. The tab on the next page has bullets. We can play around with the sound. We can add mortars, rooftops, sandstorms. Put on your headset. Let's go into that one. Thank you. And then quite a few years ago, I had a workshop with Dana Gioia, and he encouraged us to learn a poem by heart. So I learned Auden's Musée des Beaux-Arts, and it's been my companion pretty much ever since. So I'll try it from memory. And Auden wrote this in 1938. And when I think of the first section, it doesn't tell you what he's referring to, but I always imagine Bruegel's Massacre of the Innocents, and that it ends with Bruegel's landscape with the fall of Icarus. So here we go. About suffering, they were never wrong, the old masters. How well they understood its human position, how it takes place when someone else is eating or opening a window or just walking dully along. How, when the aged are reverently, passionately awaiting the miraculous birth, there always must be children who did not especially want it to happen, skating on a pond at the edge of a wood. They never forgot that even the dreadful martyrdom must run its course anyhow in some untidy spot where the dogs go on with their doggy life and the torturer's horse scratches its innocent behind on a tree. In Bruegel's Icarus, for instance, how everything moves away quite leisurely from the disaster. The plowman may have heard the splash, the forsaken cry, but for him, it was not an important failure. The sun shone as it had to on the white legs disappearing into the green water, and the expensive, delicate ship that must have seen something amazing, a boy falling out of the sky, had someplace else to get to and sailed calmly on. Thank you all. Thank you again, ML and Diane and everybody. It's been wonderful to hear all your poems. Thank you so much.
Terry, I have to ask, did you recite that from memory?
Yes.
Wow. I'm impressed with that, very impressed.
It's my companion poem.
Very good. Now, Joy, are you back in the room?
Testing.
Oh, yes, you are. Very good. And Joy, you have a website, so I urge poets to, put your website up there so that they can read more about you. Welcome back.
Thank you. Wow, a little shook up there.
That's all right.
I'm really happy to share the Celery City Poetry Contest with Diana. She and I won, both of us won the State of Michigan contest. So bravo to Diana as well. I'm going to read, my housekeepers are from Ukraine, and I asked them, what can we do? And they kind of shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders. And I said, well, we've given money to Poland, specifically to a place that cares for children. And they lit up. They lit up. There's something about the way they care for children in Ukraine. It is incredible to me. And so that's what they said. Please give money. Please give money. So I encourage you to do that. Two poems by me, short poems, and one by the poet Anna Akmatova. I'm going to end with hers and begin with mine because hers deserves that. This is called Severing Ties, and it has an epigraph. In 2018, the U.S. Department of Immigration removed from their mission statement the phrase America's promise as a nation of immigrants. Let me repeat that. In 2018, the U.S. Department of Immigration removed from their mission statement the phrase America's promise as a nation of immigrants.
Oh.
Severing ties. When we bought this house, a smooth stoned path, still even steps, led to a small raised patio, a small island, where a plated statue, a woman surrounded by newly planted trees, stood anchored on ocean blue gravel. But now the trees have outgrown their promised spaces. Weeds grow between pavers, the steps are cracked, gone crooked, the land itself shifted, making footing almost impossible. And the statue, well, it may as well be taken down. That poem is a sonnet, by the way. I'm going to read Anna's poem next. Anna Akmatova was a Soviet poet. You guys may know of her. Her husband was killed by special services, Secret Service in the Soviet Union. And then she spent many years in the Gulag with her son and her second husband, who died in that labor camp as well. This is called The Last Toast. I drink to our ruined house, to the dollar of my life, to our loneliness together. And to you, I raise my glass, to lying lips that have betrayed us, to dead, cold, pitiless eyes, and to the hard realities that the world is brutal and coarse, that God, in fact, has not saved us. And thank you. And my last poem is, you know, my parents always said that you need to care for yourself. If you don't care for yourself, you cannot care for others. And so this is a poem in which we're all wounded from what's going on in the world, and we all need to find a roost. This poem is called Find a Roost. When the wrongs of the world feel too big, look toward what is small. Seek the sculpture outside the memorial center, the pattern of a dragonfly wing, places in which to live alongside disasters. Go at dusk to the old smokestack preserved as sanctuary, a roosting site for swifts, tens of thousands of swifts. Gather yourself to witness the flight of migration. Be the chirping call, the cacophony of community. Join the gathering, the sound and swirl. Let the world feel cooperative. Funnel into a safe place. Aren't we all the epitome of such delicacy and strength? When the wrongs of the world feel too big, find the smaller, bigger things. Thank you, all of you, especially our hosts. Thank you for doing this.
You're welcome. Joy, thank you. It was worth the wait.
Diane.
Our next poet is Dunya Michelle. She's an Iraqi-American writer. Her latest poetry book, In Her Feminine Sign, was chosen by the New York Public Library as one of the 10 best poetry books of 2019. Her debut novel, The Bird Tattoo, is coming out on December 6, 2022. Please welcome Dunya. And you have to, okay, good.
Yeah. Good evening. Thank you for having me, and it's wonderful listening to you all. And it is very moving to be doing this. I read a couple poems. One from the book you mentioned, In Her Feminine Sign, a poem titled Black and White. In chess, white plays first and black responds. When a challenge happens, killing offers the easiest solution. The two players alternate tossing wooden bodies into the box. The pawns are the first to go. A tie ends it. Everybody died, except the black king and the white king, separated by a borderline and the memory of ruined castles. The two kings are afraid of losing one another. The problem is how to meet without a checkmate. Love offers the hardest solution. The rules of the game dictate that sharing a square equals death for one, and keeping their distance means death for them both. To leave the board for a life the color of water, a play no less risky than running after a bubble. You lose it once you touch it. And I read a poem from the new issue I just received of poetry, and happy to have a poem in it, tablet 6. I read, it has 24 small sections. I read half of them. I will not say the numbers of tablets, just little pause between them, the dozen of them. When the sun is absent, the flower misses her. And when the absence grows long, the flower looks inside herself for another light. My flower will not wither. It's drawn in my notebook. I am the plural who walks to you as a singular one. Before you shoot someone, remember their mother's eyes will follow you wherever you go until she drowns you in her tears. Only one heart resides in each person, but each is a train full of people who die when you kill what you think is one. There is a sun inside each book. Come and bring the new day that's waiting for us to open. If thieves come to your home, let them take everything except your dreams. Keep them in a safe box. The trees, like us, resort to their roots in time of danger. During the pandemic, we are a forest, trees standing alone together. Like a patient teacher, the sun brightens our wrongdoings, same time every day. The birds never ask if you are going to heaven or to hell, and they never divide the sky into stations. In the last section, what if the guns turn into pencils in the hands of the soldiers, and they underline the places on the map as sites they must see before they die?
Dunya, would you mind reading the rest? We have time, and I'd love to hear the other 12.
I would love to hear the other poets.
We have time. Are you sure?
I mean, I really love to listen to you all. So it's I don't
all right. Okay.
But thank you for this generous.
Sure. Okay.
So beautiful. Thank you.
Doreen O'Brien is a Detroit-based writer and teacher and an NEA, a Vermont Studio Center, and Hemingway Pfeiffer Creative Writing Fellow. Her second full-length collection, What It Might Feel Like to Hope, won a 2019 gold medal in the Independent Book Publishers Award. She is currently writing a literary sci-fi hybrid novel. You can find her, and she will post her website in the chat. Please welcome Doreen O'Brien.
Hi, everyone, and thank you. I echo what everyone has been saying. Thank you, Linda. Thank you, ML. Thank you, Diane, for always bringing together and keeping together the tribe. I know that this was pulled together so expertly, considering the short amount of time that you had. And I know it's like herding cats, and we are cats who love to be herded because we love to be together, but it's like herding cats nonetheless. So we're all, I'm sure, very grateful. Please donate to Ukraine. There are so many worthy organizations. I'm going to add one, and I could put it in the chat. I've been giving to different organizations, but I'm an animal lover, and there's an organization in Kiev called Sirius, S-I-R-I-U-S, and they are collecting and helping wounded and abandoned pets and animals who have been affected by the war in Ukraine. So many worthy organizations, but for those of us who feel animals get a short shrift, Sirius is a good organization. I'm honored to be with this stellar group of writers. I see many familiar faces. I am impressed and intimidated by all of this talent, but I will do my best. I will be reading a poem and then a very short essay. To Lucinda reminded me a little bit of the poem I'm going to read, because there's a sort of frustration and a helplessness and an impotency in the face of this horror that turns to rage. And so this was cathartic for me. So the poem is called Recoiling. Please tell me what to do with rage that sends images marching across my frantic brain. Putin buried neck deep in Russia's Chara sands, desert rodents feasting on his ferret-like face. Putin launched from the peak of Moscow's Latka Tower, strapped to a parachute small enough to prolong his 2,000-foot death drop, giving him time to ponder his concrete end. Putin boiled in Russian oil he threatens will soon be $300 a barrel. Putin shredded by Siberian tigers, ravaged by Russian bears, quashed by the 2 circus elephants we watched frolicking freely in the Soviet snow of 2020. Putin flayed, grilled, quartered, hanged, subjected to the rack, the guillotine, the cross. Putin struggling across the Ukrainian steppes, wearing a rock-filled backpack, bullets bouncing at his feet. His forced march across Europe, a grave departure from his continental plan. Of course, these thoughts are selfish, useless, as pathetic as a wine bottle stuffed with paper and petrol in the face of an oncoming tank, or a cluster bomb, a hail of missiles. Who am I to distract myself with imagined tortures? Who am I to look away, even for a moment, from the reality of a nuclear threat, of a decimated culture, of that wounded dog cowering under the rubble, recoiling from the stark truth of it all?
Hold on, let's see. I think she's muted now. So.
This short essay is called Antonio Imbert. You probably don't know who he is because I didn't until I did some research, but Antonio Imbert. Did you know that Rafael Trujillo owned 10,000 neckties? That once he stole the presidency of the Dominican Republic, he named every mountain, city, and street after himself? That he made his son a commissioned officer in the Royal Army at the age of 4, and threw a party that cost 1/3 of the country's national budget, at which his daughter wore a dress made of 600 animal skins? Trujillo called himself the genius of peace, but this did not stop him from killing 50,000 Haitians and feeding his enemies to sharks. How could we not know that this once poor child who placed bottle caps on his clothes to mimic military decorations would become a 30-year dictator worth $800 million when he was assassinated by Antonio Imbert, who once a year pulls from his closet and proudly wears the scuffed loafers he sported the day he killed dictator Rafael Trujillo? Did you know that Francois Duvalier studied medicine at the University of Michigan on a full scholarship before running the Haitian sanitary programs, earning him the title Papa Doc? Did you know that once Papa Doc became president of Haiti, he turned from science to black magic, trolling the streets dressed like the voodoo spirit of death? Upon hearing that a political rival had transformed himself into a black hound, he ordered the slaughter of every black dog in the country. Papa Doc created death squads. Papa Doc identified with Jesus Christ, rewriting the Lord's Prayer to feature himself. Why didn't we know that Papa Doc would kill more than 60,000 people before declaring his 19-year-old son, Baby Doc, president of Haiti for life? Francisco Nguma was educated in a good private school before becoming the president of Equatorial Guinea, yet he feared clever people, outlawing the word intellectual and killing anyone who wore glasses. Nguma had entire conversations with imaginary people. Nguma ordered 150 of his opponents shot to death by soldiers dressed as Santa Claus. Nguma banned workers at a power plant from using lubricating oil, assuring them that the machines would run on magic. They didn't. Couldn't we have seen that before Nguma was executed by firing squad, he would kill 400,000 people, earning his country the title of the Dachau of Africa? Mobutu Seko was educated by priests before becoming the president of Zaire, robbing the coffers and amassing so much wealth he was called a walking bank vault with a leopard skin cap. His favorite palace was outfitted with conveyor belts to deliver champagne to guests while speakers blared the Gregorian chants he loved. Mobutu commanded that every national newscast open with an image of him descending from the clouds like a god. Mobutu ruled for almost 4 decades as the sole legal presidential candidate, killing 500,000 people during his reign. Slawomir Niniazov, the self-elected president of life for Turkmenistan, renamed the months of the year and the days of the week after himself and family members. He created a national holiday in honor of melons. He renamed ketchup. He banned beards and ballet. He banned makeup in libraries. He wrote a book that all citizens were required to read in order to obtain driver's licenses. Perhaps not attracting enough earthbound readers, the tome was blasted into space on a rocket, the official press announcing, "The book that conquered hearts of millions on Earth is now conquering space." These things happened in our lifetimes, yours and mine. Where were you, Europe, Asia, Africa, America? Where are you now as Putin struts across the international stage? This madman who was named Person of the Year by Time magazine in 2007. This fanatic who was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize twice. This tyrant who just signed a bill to maintain his presidency until the year 2048. Where are you, leaders of the free world, champions of the oppressed, keepers of the peace? Oh, Antonio Imbert, will you please slip into those scuffed loafers once more? Thank you. And please donate.
Thank you, Doreen. Thank you very much. That's powerful. Olga Klechner is an award-winning bilingual poet published in both Hungarian and English. Until the age of 21, she lived under Soviet rule in socialist Hungary. Her essays and poetry have appeared in literary journals and anthologies in the United States and Canada. Her poetry has been translated onto canvas by American and Canadian visual artists and performed on stage by actors. She's a member of Spring-Fed Arts and the Academy of American Poets. And I'd like to welcome Olga. And I wanted to ask you if you might say a few words about your experience.
Actually, the first poem that I'm going to read is going to be about something President Biden talked about yesterday when he was in Warsaw. He mentioned Hungary, that in actually 66 years ago, Russians marched into Hungary and stifled a revolution. So my poem is going to be about that because I was there. Ukraine and my city, where I grew up, is 18.3 miles. That's how close my little city was to Ukraine. And all the tanks rolled through my city in the route to Budapest. So my first poem is about that. November 1956. The Soviet Union enters Hungary to crush the revolution in Budapest. I am only 4, standing alone at the wooden gate, palms pressed against the rattling latch, enormous clanking, coming closer and closer to Freedom Square. Endless rows of Russian tanks, splitting asphalt, nation, families, reek of smoke and violence. I understand none of it. Why birds scream from a safe distance, why dogs flatten themselves to earth, why insects hide in corridors under the false protection of racks. I stand meters from the drone of engines, unguarded on the sidewalk where I learned to ride my tricycle painted white, where at the end of the street, a woman named Emmy sells vegetables from her stall painted parsley green. The sidewalk leads to my house, where esters bloom the scent of burgundy, where bees swarm, pollen yellowing their feet. Across the street, down the steep banks of the river Krosna, puddles lure the young. Lombardy aspens let my hometown son hide in their empty nests. The awful beauty of that day, my life so small. Russian soldiers throw colored pencils from the tanks to the children of Freedom Square. Some tanks will be stopped. Molotov cocktails, traps, well-aimed hand grenades. Budapest, exhausted with revenge, men walk with ropes in their pockets. Some soldiers bleed to humility before they learn a word in Hungarian. The Red Star scissored from banners, but soon Russians will burn to ash what's left of our flag. The world prays from a safe distance. Scores of freedom fighters killed, tens of thousands escape, disperse in the world full of candles, drowned in wax. Russians stay, rule for decades. Birds forget. When silence falls on my city, they break out in songs. And my second poem is entitled The Great Gate of Kiev, after Victor Hartmann's painting. If there is a city gate, let Ukraine's women march through it, not a czar, a king, war horses, not even soldiers carried faded on their wood and flag. If there is a city gate, let spring, not bombs, bloom above the arches. Let lilacs demand windows to burst open, replace the cupola shaped in a Slavic soldier's helmet with a single white Victoria Amazonica, whose leaf carries not grief, but the weight of falling in love. Its blossoms opening, not a war song. Praise these women who grow their own wisdom and light, who sing in the heart's flame like firewood. Mountains fit into their songs, their measuring cup, the mind's luxurious lust. At night, let them sink into arms, not onto makeshift cots. Let them believe in the rebellion of wilting, and if they confess on Sundays, let them rinse their mouths with sky. Praise the wind that brings not bullets, but apple blossoms to reign over these women. Praise the accords of slow music. Praise the nectar of their lips before they say home, love, living. Let them dance. They know peace outlives war. Trust is a contract with life, and time, after all, has a heart in the shape of every wheat field and sunrise. Thank you, Diane.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Olga. Our next poet, Cassenia Rick. You know what? I learned how to say this and now I've forgotten. I had the phonetic there. So you can help me with the pronunciation of your last name. Cassenia is a poet and fiction writer whose Ukrainian heritage is often highlighted in her creative work. Her poetry chapbook, A Sky Full of Wings, was selected as a finalist in the 2020 New Women's Voices chapbook competition and was published by Finishing Line Press. Her short story collection, Crossing the Border, was a finalist in the 2013 Next Generation Indie Book Awards. Cassenia's work has appeared in many lit journals and anthologies, and she will post her information in the chat, her website. And Cassenia, I'd love it if you could just speak to us a little bit about your perspective, your experience before you read your poetry. Welcome,
Sure.
Cassenia, please.
Thank
And
you,
forgive me.
Diane. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. And I have been both enjoying and just thrilled to be listening to such beautiful poetry. We have family in Ukraine, so this is very personal. We have family in Kyiv, the capital. We have family in the western part of the country. My mother and brother-in-law are in the capital. They could not evacuate. It's been very difficult, but we do talk to them every day. Usually it's a phone call. There have been a couple of video calls, messages. And so we've been, living obviously from a distance, but living through this with them and supporting as much as we can. And I'd also like to thank everybody. I've received tremendous support from so many people, and so grateful for this event that's happening today to raise awareness. And so just very honored and happy to be here. I'm going to read two short poems, and the first poem was written some years ago, and I'm just going to read a little intro to explain it a little bit. The first poem refers to events of 2013 and 14 in Ukraine, when students and others began peacefully protesting against the sudden decision by the president at the time, Yanukovych, to veer away from signing an association agreement with the European Union that had long been in the works. Instead, Yanukovych stated that he would pursue closer ties with Russia. Police responded with violence against students and others who were protesting in sub-freezing temperatures. This went on for some time, and protesters were shot dead, and this caused even more widespread protests throughout the entire country. In January, at the end of January, there was a huge rally, peaceful protests in Independence Square, which was called Maidan. And there were snipers, special troops, and many people were killed, over 100 people. And the protesters that perished, they were named the Heavenly 100 in honor of those who had perished. Shortly after that, Yanukovych fled the country and asked Russia for help. And Russia then invaded and annexed Crimea, and then moved into the eastern, the Donbas region of Ukraine. So my poem is said at that time, as we were watching this from afar. Watching a revolution from a computer screen. Drone of drum. Hand over hand, beat for beat, breath for breath. Silence as much an illusion as the snake charmer who plays it up for the crowd. Slightest curve of hand, he thinks you're fooled. Let the snake loose, unfurl the fury. Slightest curve of hand. The coffers have long been bare. Let the snake streets, your streets, my streets, are now covered in blood. What can we do here now as black tires flare? Even the poet has been pummeled. The screen darkens and still we watch. The second poem is called Carpathian Homecoming, and this was written just a few weeks ago after the invasion. When mother pressed me to her breast, song of the Carpathians cascading like the Prutsky Falls from her lips, I swallowed whole. I spoke your language, even though separated by ocean and iron curtain. Smuggled poems of dissidence laid bare the pain of trampling boots, sting of whip borne on your back. Bruised, but never broken, you welcomed me home, daughter of reluctant refugees, bombarded by bullets and bombs. Even as they fled west, they never looked back. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ksenia. I just want to thank all of you. The poems were just so amazing this evening. The stories, the poems, I honestly feel honored just to have hosted this. And I'd like to just have you give a little round. I'm going to mention everyone who's read this evening. Mindy Lapierre, you can unmute to applause. Yeah, Mindy Lapierre, Diana Verno, Lucinda Sabino, Joy Gaines Friedler, Christine Rhine, Terry Bonhorst Blackhawk, Elise Alusi, Dunya Michelle, Doreen O'Brien, Olga Klechner, and Cassenia Rick.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. This was just wonderful. I didn't get a chance to comment, but it was a wonderful reading. So thank you.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Didn't you have some questions for our guest?
I did.
There's time.
There's time.
And I'm curious too.
Do you have one for them?
Well, she was talking about 2014 and the troubles that they went through. So I guess the question is, if it is a question, is when the guy came in, the Russian-based guy, Putin's buddy. I'm assuming he was in office for 4 years or more. Is that correct?
He was in office for a few years. I don't remember exactly what the date of inauguration was. But he had, they had promised that they were going to move forward with the European Union, and that was pretty much what had been told and people had voted for, and then that changed abruptly, and he started moving closer, obviously, doing what Putin had wanted him to do.
Was he put out of office? Wasn't he?
Yeah,
it wasn't an election, or was it?
What happened is the Ukrainian parliament removed him from office after people were murdered on the square, and they started investigating, and then they found out that the snipers, that they had been on his orders. So there was an investigation, and then he, Ukrainian parliament removed him, and he fled. And then afterwards they did uncover corruption, and a lot of things that had been hidden had come out. And so then an election was held, and President Poroshenko, who was the president before the current one, was elected into office.
Okay, so it's almost like the American situation, only instead of being chased from the country in disgrace, he gets to run again in 2024. So, I mean, that's a big, it's similar, but in some ways it's way weirder, that what happened there. And then even before that, I remember I was over in Europe at the time, and there was a president who I believe it was Ukraine, that the people really loved him, and Putin had slowly tried to poison him, and he was like
Yes.
turning green in London, and right.
Right.
And
That
then
was
yeah, so what's the scenario? What's the chronology there? That was the Green Revolution or something?
No, Orange Revolution.
Orange, yeah.
And that happened in 2003. And I actually did write about, I have a short story about that in my
And where? Because when I read, you
collection.
stumbled over it.
Oh, crossing the border.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I got interrupted. Yeah, so what happened is Viktor Yushchenko was the one who was running for president, and he was poisoned, and you know, he actually sought treatment. I believe it was in Austria or Switzerland, and they were able to save him, and he had terrible, you know, scars for years. He has recovered, and then he was you know, president, he was elected. But yeah, that was traced also. You know, he did not want Yushchenko to win, Putin, I mean. And so but that was a peaceful revolution. No one died or during the Orange Revolution.
Right.
So
okay, anybody? Diane, did you have any?
I just want to say really quickly, if you don't mind, thank you, Nia, for your information. It's so important, and it helps me just kind of organize what's been going on. But, you know, Biden said something about Putin has no business being president of anything, right? That he should leave, he should not be president of the country. And there's this whole backlash that's going on where, oh, Biden should never have said that. And I'm just saying that I totally disagree. I think Biden should say it and say it again and say it again. And I want people to contact their Congress people and tell them how much they support that he is saying what a monster this person is and has no business, you know, that he, you know, whatever he said, right?
He's saying what everybody.
And he's saying what people feel. So thank you, because you brought that out for me, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate
And
your
I'll
comment.
add that, you know, I've been in Russia several times, and I was there once when there was an election, and what they called an election. And then my friend said, hey, you want to go to the, you know, vote with me? And I said, yeah, well, why not? I went into the voting booth. There were only pictures of Putin on the wall, and that was their choice. Putin, Putin, or Putin. And I said to her, I think she got mad at me. She was a little proud of being Russian. I said, why do you even go in here? Why do you participate in this nonsense? But I think she got mad at me. But at any rate, yeah. And I want to just mention that my former students, Veronica Rogala, I don't know if you know them or not, and the two sisters, but they're the ones that told me about you. Because I went to them as soon as this whole thing started. I knew they were connected. They're Ukrainian, and I'd known that. And they referred me to you, your name.
Oh, wow.
And so I have your storybook. Now I got to read your story that you mentioned.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Diane?
I just, as I said earlier, I just think everybody did such a great job, and it just felt good to be here and to experience.
And that's all we wanted to do. Yeah. Is be witnesses.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. We're going to slip into the next segment that I'm going to co-host with Jennifer Disillus, who is part of the Detroit Writers Guild, an important part of it. And I don't know if she's in the room or not. She probably is. We have a host of people that we're going to present between now and 8, or now and 7:45 or whatever time. As again, we want you to offer financial support in whatever way and to whatever organization you feel comfortable with. We've got some up on the Facebook, and others have been mentioned. So yeah, do that and do it often. And what we're going to do in our little segment, I want to start out with a little bit of music. Frankie the K, a pianist, who was in my Coyote Monk band over the years, and I've worked with him a lot. A lot of people know Frankie the K in the Detroit area. And his wife is Carolyn Maughan, who is a poet, a very good poet. And what I like a great deal about her as a poet is she's the chair of my English department. So that's like having the guy in the Czech Republic as he was the playwright and poet as the president. It's like having a poet it is a poet as my chair. So let me, I got to share the screen. I'm hoping this all goes.
I don't want to be on the camera.
What's that? Someone's on candid camera? That's what I heard. My hearing's going too a little bit, but hey, Gary, I see you, Gary. All right. So let me share the screen. I love that picture of Diane hanging out the window in Italy. Let me share the screen if I can pull it up. I had everything ready to go. Let's see. Okay, you can. Let me see if I can. Wait, let me change this. We're a little early, so I'm not gonna kill myself here. But, all right, let me go back to this. And, oh, there it is. So I'm going to share the screen and I'm going to play you. This is a poem that Carolyn wrote. Their singer-songwriter setup is Carolyn writes the lyrics and the poems and Frankie writes the music. And together they have a little organization that they call Black Hat. Of course, all of that's gone by the wayside in the last couple of years because of no performances. But Frankie and I are trying to get the band back together, and we will. Does everybody know that I think if you're over 50, I may be wrong about this, but I know my age group can get a booster shot starting tomorrow. So having just been in London and exposed to a bunch of people coughing all over the place with COVID, it's really that new variant is booming there. I encourage you to get your 4th shot. I asked my doctor if I could have 6 before I left, and I wish he had said yes, and he didn't. All right, so I'm there. Yeah, go ahead.
I got my booster last week. They're out now.
Oh, there you go. Well, my pharmacist just said I'll have them Monday. So okay, I go back Monday. Good. That's good.
Right.
What did you have? Pfizer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. So I'm going to share the screen. I got to make sure I share the sound. And here's the share. All right. So you'll have to let me know if this is going to work. Okay, a lot of spinning. Well, that's interesting. Okay. All right, so that's not going to work. Maybe I'll try another piece just for the heck of it. Is that the sound coming through? Somebody? I can't see it.
Yes.
The birds they sing at the break of day. Start again. I heard them say, don't dwell on what born again. Holy dove will be born again. Born and sold and born again. The dove is never free. Ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. We ask for signs, but the signs were sent. The birth betrayed, the marriage spent, the widowhood of every government. Signs for all to see. Can't run no more with the lawless crowd, while the killers in high places say their prayers out loud. They've summoned up a thundercloud. They're gonna hear from me. Ring the bells that still can ring. Forget your perfect offering. There is a crack in everything. That's how the light gets in. That's how the light gets in. That's how the light gets in.
Frankie the K and Carolyn Mon, looking at her watch. So we have a couple of clips. Maybe the first one that I did was too long to download, so that one was a little shorter. That's for I think most people know. If not, that's a Leonard Cohen song called Anthem, and it's a perfect song for everything that's been going on. We got to look at it that way. There's a crack in everything, and that's how the light gets in. That's the way I survived 4 years. So thinking like that. I'm going to introduce Jennifer Disillus. She's going to read, and she's going to introduce some folks to you. So Jennifer, I don't see your camera on, but I do see your name. Can you hear me? Can you feel me? I feel you, Jennifer. Okay, Jennifer, going once, going twice. Okay, then for now, I'm going to introduce Gary Mitras. He's a good longtime friend, a great publisher and editor, and most importantly, a friend. Gary Mitras is the inaugural poet laureate of the city of East Hampton, Massachusetts, as of April 2018. And just as a side note, Tom Lux was from East Hampton as well. And so the three of us had a really good relationship and friendship for many years. He is the author of the poetry books Captive in the Here from the Savannah Barva Press 2018, White Storm, The Moon in the Pool, great book, published in Michigan here in 2017. Night Watches, Destiny. I'm just looking. I know you have a brand new book. I'm not sure that it's listed here, but I want you to tell folks the name of it. He's the editor, publisher, letterpress printer of Adastra Press, which was selected as Poetry Publisher of the Year in 2006 by the Contemporary Poetry Review. And for those who don't know, Gary's, that press, he has to put every letter in every place, get it set, print the page, do it again to make a book. It's just amazing. Please welcome to and unmute, and you should be in the center of this, Gary Mitras from East Hampton, Massachusetts. There he is.
ML, thank you. Thank you for organizing this whole event. I can't believe your stamina going through all of these hours today, especially after you just returned from England. It's really something. Here's my new book, Vanishing Points, published by Dos Madres Press in Ohio this past October. I'm going to read one poem from it called Molasses Cookies. And this is a poem that is really about World War II and its effect on the parents of the soldiers, called Molasses Cookies. No mother could count her sons dying in war like leaves falling from the tree in the front yard, nor could she say the names of where, though the father did, until those angry places became a litany, their vowels scrying through kitchen, consonants plaguing the heavy air of parlor and bedroom. She heard the wind of the tree bleed, Saipan. All night the radiator knocked, Remakin. In the morning the telephone cried, Anzio. She heard them everywhere, memorized them, and fed the fear of cursing the last boy still breathing out there somewhere beyond the dark waters. Each week, she bakes molasses cookies, wraps and boxes them, writes a boy's name on the label, mails them overseas to William Enright Jr., Jonathan Jones, Walter Fondolowski, Eddie Burlon Smith, names in her imagination. Someone's boys over there, huddled in night, who opened the package, remember home, the aroma of pot roast, the whiteness of doilies, lace curtains tied back just so. I'm going to read this poem from my 2015 book, The Moon in the Pool, from Press to Press in Michigan. This poem celebrates a Ukrainian folklore habit kind of a thing. My wife is Ukrainian. She wasn't born there. She was born in Austria after the war in a displaced persons camp. This poem celebrates Ukrainian culture and love. It's called The Engagement. The bride-to-be sews a pillow for the marriage bed. Cross stitches a design from Ukraine so old it's not in any book, but shown by grandmothers to mother to daughter. The cloth white as a winter field near Lviv. The needle pulls thread tight. A red, deepest pain or love works its way through snow. The green, the brown of earth live again in young hands. A thin gold line is the hope for greedless wealth. Pink is for baby's cheek. Two blues color sky and dream. Black confines the shapes. At the pillow's center, a bird flies. She locks the bird in chains of diamonds far from the flowers along the edge. Each time the needle enters cloth, she whispers, "Do I believe he loves me?" 1,000 stitches, 1,000 whispers, and in that last knot, tucked and tufted on the inside where no one else can see, is the answer. Not to take away from the seriousness of the moment, thank you. Not to take away from the seriousness of the moment, I just want to put this hat on, so I hope you get a good look at it, ML. Thank you, everyone.
I had a cottage all set and ready to go right on the bike trail there, and the lady sold the house. So, but I'm going to start looking as soon as I recover from jet lag, I'm going to start looking. So I'll let you know the dates. Yeah, Gary is a Cape Cod aficionado, and we joined him last year out there, and it was pretty good. I'm going to introduce. Thanks, Gary. I'm so glad so good to see you. So I'm going to introduce Jennifer Disillus. She is in the room now. She's in the house. And I think what we'll do, Jennifer, is sort of, go in the order. After you, we'll go with Robin and Ryder and, so on.
Okay.
The order that you had, except for I'm going to introduce you. Jennifer, of course, as I said, is a key player in the Detroit Writers Guild, which, as she knows and others know, I took over because Herb Matoir was the president and kind of running it. Started in 1983 in a community in Detroit by Peggy Moore. It first was called the Detroit Black Writers Guild. And then when it went into, I guess, the turn of the century, 2000, they became the Detroit Writers Guild. Herb, literally on his deathbed, asked me to keep it going. And I really was pretty much done with running literary organizations, but Herb had been such a good friend and like a father to me for so long that how do you say no? So I told him I'd pray about it, but I knew I had to tell him yes. So that's how I came to be with this organization. And then Jennifer joined me. And there's others on our board. Denise Sedman's on the board. Diane is. Dunya is on it. Jennifer Disillus is the author of, this is a new book, Warrior Sister, Cut Yourself Free from Your Assault, Library Tales Publishing. And then she has a newish poetry book called Blood Sisters on Main Street Rag. She edits this really cool, and she did the official International Women's Day reading from it. She runs Pink Panther magazine and directs a Riff Warrior Project and the Detroit Writers Guild. She's a former Meadowbrook Writing Project fellow who facilitates summer workshops up at my old alma mater, Oakland University, and teaches at Saginaw State. She's a good writer. She got her MFA from the Pine Manor program, the Solstice MFA. And she's a great assistant and a great director. Please welcome Jennifer Disillus.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me on here as well, and for putting this all together, and all of you who organized each segment. There's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that goes on. But since our last reading, I bought a new computer, bought a new router, and for 3 days I've been trying to get this new laptop up and running, and I could not get the Zoom to work on it. So I'm glad that I got my old broken one working. So I am going to read a lyrical prose piece, just because I was trying to figure out, like some of you changed 10 times as the readers started going. And this is really the only piece that I have that specifically speaks to life after war. And so this is one for all of the displaced and broken souls that come back from war. And particularly, this is in memory of Sarah. Fight off the demons. Veterans make up 12% of the adult homeless population. National Coalition of Homeless Veterans. The homeless man grips the dilapidated grocery cart handle, hefts the cart to the side with his hip, and goes numb. When he remembers he's still holding the cart, the wheels swaying and squeaking, he releases it. The cart moans as it thumps crumbling cement. Something scuttles to safety under the dumpster. She, a Jane Doe in a wasteland of Las Vegas Miss Does, lies in the corner where two buildings intersect, her head bent unnaturally. A sliver of light illuminates an ashen thigh exposed to the knee, where the waistband of her pants is bunched up. When the man nudges her, her body pulls from the wall a little before settling back against the brick. Her thigh jiggles like a stubborn noodle stuck to the bottom of a pan. It's been decades since he's looked death in the face, since he's reached across a lifeless body to press soulless eyes shut. Something in those vacant blues cause him to pause. How vulnerability could reflect from death is beyond the man. Guilt pricks the crease between his brows as he mentally traces the contours of her perfect breasts, still as perky as the day they were done. A man could go years on these streets without getting an intimate look at a woman. Even though she isn't his type, he commits each curve, each dimple of her flesh to memory. He shoves the cart back into its place and pulls a tattered cloth and plastic bag from it, the woman's only valuables. He drapes the rag over his shoulder, tucks the bag into his trouser pocket, and walks deeper into the alley to settle in for the night. This woman, called Sarah by her husband and friends, went long stretches without drinking. Her struggle has been real since she returned from her second tour of duty in Iraq. A registered nurse for over a decade, she opted to work the ER because it offered her more opportunities to touch lives, to help as many people as she could each given day. She plugged herself in and her sons into a supportive church family while her husband served time for being a Black man in a white man's world. Nobody suspected she was a recovering alcoholic or that she had started drinking again just months into her new church membership. The couple tried piecing together their fragmented lives, and God knows the husband did everything possible to bring about his wife's deliverance. I'm skipping ahead, I'm sorry, trying to, even sought help from the elders and the church leaders. None of these people were begged to restrain a grown woman, taking turns with their oldest son while she shouted obscenities and shook uncontrollably for 3 days, only to find her passed out from intoxication the fourth morning. Not one of them endured countless blows to the head inflicted by a cane or broke his hand while trying to stop his annihilated spouse from beating herself so she looked like a battered wife. Such folks never, after enduring inconsistent madness and witnessing the despair on their sons' faces, until they could no longer look at themselves in the mirror, smashed their own hand so the pain could function as distraction. Another day passes before a garbage man discovers the body and notifies the police. He's the one who's instructed by the dispatch operator to remain with the body until officers arrive. He stands there holding his phone away from his ear, mindlessly answering questions he no longer hears. He can't resist scanning and rescanning the scene. Along the wall, next to the woman's body, is a row of empty whiskey nips. The bottles are arranged with the labels facing forward at the same angle, like a group of refugees lined up for an execution. Her sweater hangs open at her sides, the neckline of her skirt stretched and torn to reveal a plunge of cleavage. The man is overwhelmed with the feeling he is betraying every ethical code instilled in him since he was a boy. A chill of conviction stings his shoulders as he turns away from this mangled sight. It takes weeks for the body to be identified and for the news of the woman's death to cross over state lines and reach the ex-husband, the sole custodian of her 3 surviving sons. The ex-husband does not need the coroner's toxicology report to confirm the cause of death. For once, he knows he won't wake up in the middle of the night covered in sweat from trying to fight off the demons who were dragging away the woman his protection was never enough to save. This time, he doesn't hang his head, tormenting over what he could do next. He sets the phone back down on the receiver, sits, folds his arms across the table in front of him, and lets the burden drain from him. I wanted to just read a really short one from Josef Komeniaka because I saw some people were reading, and he's like one of my favorite poets, but he's also one of my favorite war writing poets. So this one is In the Labor Camp of Good Intentions. There's an angel snapping his fingers. He stands nonchalantly outside his low guard shack made from astral dogwood, braced by a Judas tree, lifting his arms like torn signal flags, dissecting the night, the shadow of a Doberman rearing against its choke chain. Like a man fanning flies, he just waves the tooth and nail brigade through. Possibly he does it to soothe the blind itch under his tongue. So, all right, let me get back to trying not to click anything too fast so everything doesn't lock up. Okay, so you wanted me to, all right. I forget who you said next. So is Ryder out here? Because I can introduce him. He's next on my list here. Is he here? No. All right, you said Russell. Okay. All right, guess what? The next runner up is Russell. Okay, and of course all right, so Russell Thornburn is the recipient of a National Endowment Fellowship and the first poet laureate of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. He lives in Marquette, where he sometimes performs with his sextet radio on, which creates experimental soundscapes using spoken word and fictional narratives. His last book of poetry is Somewhere We'll Leave in the World, Wayne State University Press, 2017. Please welcome Russell Thornburg.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. And my sextet isn't with me today, but I'll represent them anyways. I love saying my sextet, by the way. I want to begin with a war poem from my Western Michigan New Issues Press book, Proximate Desire. Apollinaire was my muse for many years and still is. And looking at the war poems, the war, his own writing, and then what happened in the trenches, 1917, 18, and so forth, seems to have come all around again to here at the beginning of that 20th century. Apollinaire in the midst of bombardment. Every explosion creates order. I watch for what will happen next. Mud flowers at the bottom of the trench, and I see a garden in Montmartre, black stockings brushing against roses, a woman's hand opening to a face. I think of poetry, how you start with a blank page, then a landscape crouches around a shell's explosion. I remember Andre Rouviere's small coupe, including his chauffeur. There were 3 of us. We said goodbye to an entire epoch, driving from Dolville to Lisieux. Another shell. Look at the fan of earth, the Frisian horses with their sharp teeth. Marie bit me back with each kiss, the palms of her breasts flattening against my chest. How her armpits stared. I gaze into a muddy mirror and wonder why each glint of fire erases my face. So there's a lot of explosions here, shells, and what's happening in the landscape of Ukraine for sure, I believe. And I'm very honored to be a part of this. And I found also Apollinaire's book, Poems of Peace and War. I love this drawing. I don't know if I'm holding up right, if you can see it or not. Poems of Peace and War from his clicograms. I'm going to read a short epigraph from that. And this is a new poem about Apollinaire still driving to the end of an epoch. Strangely enough, influenza took out millions of people back then, including my grandfather, David Griffith. I have a poem about that, but I'm going to say that for another time. David Griffith died a printer in Allegheny County, and so did Apollinaire. Died of his trench wound in the head, but he also was affected by the influenza. So after Andre Riviere fixes his flat tire, they will drive to Deauville for the end of an epoch. And here's my epigraph. The sky is starred by the Boche shells. The marvelous forest where I live is giving a ball. The machine gun plays a tune in 3/4 time, but you have the word, hey? Yes, the fatal word to the loopholes, leave the pics there, like a lost star searching for its seasons. Heart exploded shell, you whistled your love song, and your 1,000 suns have emptied the caissons that the gods of my eyes fill silently. And here's my poem. Apollinaire lifts his signature bowler from his large Polish head to the night in his caricature of a starless sky. For roads taking one's soul to other places always remain dark. And beneath this epic ending first day of war between Germany and France, they will leave behind them the swaying treetops, stars in their solar ink, and the pure effect of art as aphrodisiac, visible in hay bales. No one will ever dream again. Stillness is always its language. The poet can hear with the pebbles talking among themselves along the road when they walk around like figures in a drawing that have decided to leave the canvas. Andre's wearing a bow tie, a short and slender man, like one's favorite waiter, and on his knees struggles to repair the tire's gaping puncture with his rubber gloves, inability to draw upon any practical solution except an involved pen and paper. The elbows of all the trees scrape one another on this endless journey somewhere they can never return from. A moon has holed the midnight sky, and Gilliam wishes to drive their automobile through that pale eye, watching him smoke a cigarette. A man both Polish and French who will enlist in the French infantry and stare up at the sky speckled with phantom rockets. And he will write to Madeline, a young woman met on the train, how he wants to kiss her mouth through her hat veil, a black pencil working its spidery verse on paper in one of those trenches. Andre pumps air into the tire, like gossamer the evening dew wiped from his forehead, as he hears his friend with his good taste and not objecting to the flat tire, and their delay home, talking about war as poetry on their drive back to Paris. So I thought there's a lot of similarities there of the beginning of the 20th century, Picasso, painting his cubistic responses, as well as Apollinaire's, really one of the first modern poets of that 20th century, writing about shells and trenches and the effects of all that. So thank you.
All right, there she is. She's back.
Right.
I don't know if you're seeing my notes, but anyway.
I am, yes. I'm trying not to click very many things though, because it's already kicked me off twice. Okay, right, I know. It's voodoo with this group. I'm just gonna roll with it. Like, I don't know what else to say. So, all right, so our next reader is Denise Sedman, who's also with us in the Detroit Writers Guild. She is an award-winning author of poetry and short stories who has been a featured reader at several public readings. She published her poetry collection, Unbreakable River, several years ago. A graduate of Oakland, she worked in various management positions for 37 years in the marketing communications field. She also serves on the board of the Poetry Society of Michigan. Please welcome Denise.
Hi, everybody. Okay. I'm going to put mine on gallery view. So, can't see me. Just a minute. Sorry about that. Oh, that's an interesting view. Well, anyway, I'm going to read two poems. And the first poem I wrote, it is an erasure poem. And so it's going to sound a little like a news story, of course. Bombardment, but I wanted to mark the moment in time on March 16th when there was the bombing at the theater in Mariupol. Bombardment in Mariupol, March 16th. Deadliest single attack on the besieged Ukrainian city of Mariupol. 300 dead, a devastating bombing. People sheltering in place in a theater. The men wrote the word children in giant Russian letters on the ground at the sides of the building. But the devastating bombing never stops, while Putin's body pushes cold blood from his barbaric heart. The second one, I was writing a poem about survivalists, but then I redid it because I think it really applies to people who are being displaced now. And the name of the poem is I'm Never Coming Home. But in the survivalist vernacular, they call that inch. And then they call get out of Dodge, they call that good, bug out bag Bob, personal emergency relocation kit is perks. So they have all these acronyms they use. And I thought it was appropriate. So this one's called I'm Never Coming Home. It starts with one loose cannon, one violent bombing, one nuclear missile. You have no game plan, weren't prepared. Mortgage payments late, baby's got a diaper rash. Time to get out of Dodge, grab your bag, bug out bag, personal emergency relocation kit, I'm never coming home. You need a cell phone, warm coat, boots, blankets, gallon of gas, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, a drum of water, gold coins, matches, maps, medicine, toothbrush, toothpaste, tampons, an extra pair of wool socks, safety pins, sanitizer, flashlights, grenades, Molotov cocktails, shovels, knives, shotguns, a cup of soup, cans of beans. You're packed, step outside, look around and seek the rail trains, hoping Mariupol will stand. The sound of war is ear-splitting. So that's what I have, ML.
Okay, thank
Jennifer.
you. Denise Sedman, I think you're on the road, aren't you, Denise?
Yeah, I'm in Hale, Michigan.
Oh, okay.
Not Hell. Hale.
Well, I thought you had a Guess Who t-shirt on, but I see it's Guess What. I thought you
Oh,
just came
it's
from a
chicken.
Guess Who show.
It's a chicken butt. Thank you for selecting me to read. I really appreciate
it's
that,
always a
ML.
pleasure.
Good effort for the vigil.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Jennifer, did you get booted off again? There you are. Okay. Back to Jennifer.
I know, I just sent you a message. You see it? Can we flip those two? You're muted.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Got
I
it?
want to introduce you to, I'm going to introduce a couple of people to you. First one up is going to be Robin Eichley. Robin, and I've told this story before, but maybe not to so many so many people. So I'm going to retell it since some of you may be being introduced to Robin right now for the first time. But Robin Eichley is one of the co-founders, along with John Sinclair and George Tisch, of the what is now historic and famous Detroit Artists Workshop that started at Wayne State University in 1964. Now, back in those days, first off, there weren't a lot of poets around, and the only poets that were there had to kind of find each other. And these guys found each other through the mess of the early 60s, when everything was in black and white still, because everything was black and white until Beatles were on Ed Sullivan, as I recall. But Robin Eichley is founding member of the Artists Workshop, which started in '64, where he worked to build the Detroit Workshop Press. They used to do their mimeograph pressing, where he worked to build that. He's been writing poetry for over 50 years. He will be reading from his new collection, The Wicking of the Broken Heart, selected poems that just came out. And when you hear Robin read, his voice and his poetry, it's just perfect together. Copies will be available in March at the Book Beat. Pre-orders can be purchased at the back room. And again, we were saying support Book Beat, especially if you're in the Detroit area, or if you're not, they'll mail them to you as fast as the A word will mail them to you. But please welcome Robin Eichley.
Thank you so much, ML. It's a great honor to be here, and such a just absolutely inspirational afternoon and evening. I can't believe it. Just, a phenomenal collection of writers and talent. The poem that I was going to read is my tribute to the Berrigan brothers that is in the Wicking of the Broken Heart book, but it's a little longer. I thought that I really don't have anything specific that is fitting. My relationship to Ukraine began when I was born, shortly before the United States entered the Second World War. So my childhood was completely imbued with the war. It was my friends whose fathers came home damaged from the war, or who did not come home at all. It was the experiences of the war through Life magazine. And then after the war, shortly after the war, when Life published that history oversized picture book, that was where I really got into the horrors worldwide And Ukraine was in there, and understanding the millions of people that died, understanding the millions of people that were displaced, the camps, the Nazi occupation, the whole thing really led into my experience as a young child, going to school and having to take shelter under the white sheets so that when the bomb went off, we didn't get scorched. All of that led into the Korean War, the Vietnam War. So that's where I became a conscientious objector, and basically took the war experience and tried to transform it, as we heard today over and over again, the anger, the rage, the pain, the sadness. It just is so overwhelming that we're all, I think, surviving through our poetry and because of poetry. So what I would like to read is a couple of poems. These are from the new collection coming out shortly from the Wayland Collective in Chicago, called the Wayland Sessions, poems from 2017 through 2020. And really what it does, it takes the surface of life and the issues that we carry with us forever is from our youth and from our experiences, and how those surface through what could appear to be just normal everyday events. So the first two are swan poems. It's called April Swans 1, because April is right on the doorstep here. April Swans 1. Swans back on the pond, here, then gone, back. Regal after effects, fond retinal images, chimera antitheses. They dip, they rise, they dip again. They carry their white with the same effortless swagger as the Jesuits carry their black. April Swans 2. Silence. The silent waters they move through, plow beneath, as if eluding black clouds. The night before's sparks and the thunder harvest the sun of the day. They're preening, their white presences popping against the grays of dormant grasses and spring barks before their buds have bloomed. Circling consequence with the velvet of long-bowed violins, extracting my childhood visions from their threadbare envelopes, hammering me with quietude. And the last poem I'll read is something I think is relevant today and every day, but this is for all the suffering that's going on and all the souls that are at risk. This is called Dawn Prayer. Today, if you may, unlock the door, unlock the book, unlock the word, unlock the enslaved, unlock the forgotten, unlock the unknown, unlock the heart, unlock the mind, unlock the gate and the window. Yes, the window and the dream. And here's to the dream, here's to the hope, here's to the faith that we all need as we get through this. Thank you very much.
Robin Eichley.
Thank you.
And I think you're doing an audio version of Wicking the Heart, are you not?
Yes, I am. I'm working on that now.
And if you're interested, tell them where, because you do this kind of spontaneous daily, every couple of days poetry blog, because you get up way earlier than I do and write. How can they see that? What do they got to do?
Just send me an email. It's robineichley@comcast.net. It's free of charge, and just send me your email address and I'll put you on the list.
Yeah, it's real cool because he often will send an MP3 with it of him reading it. So thank you, Robin. And then did I mention this? I know I was going to, that Robin is was the first poet I ever actually saw in person as an 18-year-old at Macomb Community College. Him and his rebel friends gave readings there often. Bill Cox, as I'm sure you know, Bill Cox, he ran the poetry series. So we had a number of great poets come through there. John Cage was there, Ginsberg was there, Robin Ickley, Sinclair, Sanders, Snyder. It just went on and on. The people that came through there. In fact, John Cage did a residency for a couple weeks at Macomb College, as did Ant Farm. If anybody is unfamiliar with Ant Farm, look them up. They're pretty interesting with the Cadillac Ranch and everything. So Robin was in that group in the very early 70s, I might say. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's now a pleasure for me to introduce this next poet. We've had many experiences. In fact, with Richard Tillinghast, I told him that there's some book coming out about like either the weirdest gig you've ever had or the worst gig you ever had. This is true. It's coming out from Richard Peabody in DC. And he wanted me to write. So I told this story that where Richard and me and W.D. Earhart were reading in a Windsor bar on their version of Veterans Day. And I started, the veterans were watching The Simpsons on these TVs. And it was irritating me that they were talking when Richard was reading, when Earhart was reading. So when I got up to read, I started, and they were wearing dresses, as I recall. And I did comment on that. And I guess they were getting really angry with me. And Richard and Earhart lifted me up by the arm afterwards and carried me out of the building really fast and threw me in the back seat of a car and said, those guys were going to kill you. You know, so it was like, and then something Richard said, and I've used this many times, Richard, he who has the mic speaks loudest. So let me tell you about this guy, Richard Tillinghast. He's an essayist, he's a critic, travel writer. He's the author of 12 books of poetry, including Selected Poems 2008, Wayfaring Stranger 2012, as well as, and it's a great memoir of his on Robert Lowell's life and work, Damaged Grandeur, essay collection on poetry, What is Real, literary travel. He lived in Ireland. In fact, we had Peter Fallon at Macomb College back in 72, and Michael Horowitz from London. And literary travel books, Finding Ireland, a poet's exploration of Irish literature and culture. Now, I was just in Belfast, but I don't think you guys consider that Ireland, or do you, Richard?
Sure, I spent a lot of time in Belfast. It's a very soulful city. It's kind of like Detroit in many ways.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
We went on the Van Morrison Trail there.
Oh, yeah.
And also Seamus Heaney. I saw a BBC thing right after I went over there, and I didn't know he was born there. And
he was born near there on a farm, but he lived there for a while because he taught at Queen's College.
Right.
Yeah, right.
So anyways, he was his one book, Traveler's History of Istanbul, which was nominated for a Royal Society of Literature Ondaatje Prize. He was awarded the Cleaneth Brooks Award for Nonfiction by the Southern Review, and he has a new book coming out in the fall, in September. Is that right?
Right.
And
That's
we're gonna have him feature on that book when it comes out. Now, are you out in Hawaii right now?
Yes, I am, and it's a beautiful day.
Well, after I brush the snow off the back porch. Yeah. So please welcome. He used to teach at Stanford, and then he was totally into the Grateful Dead. He ended up at University of Michigan. He followed them to Chrysler Arena, and he didn't leave until he retired. Please welcome Richard Tillinghast, live from Hawaii.
Thanks, ML. I really appreciate your asking me to read, and really have enjoyed the poems I've heard so far. I can relate to Robin's experience because Robin, I was born in 1940, and so a lot of my early experience was formed by experiences of the war, and I remember, gosh, I guess I must have been 4 years old. And I was asked at the family dinner table, I was asked to say grace one night. And I said, God, please kill Hitler, which seemed like a reasonable thing to pray for. And then they kind of all chuckled and said, well, you know, we share your sentiment, but Richard, but that's not the kind of thing you're supposed to pray for. So, and I remember those stamps, you know, ration stamps, and the thing is, I think I remember the bombing of Pearl Harbor, but that couldn't be since I was only 1 year old. But so it may be one of those phantom memories. What I'm talking about here is a lot of my consciousness has to do with war. And I think that that's the reason that I relate so much to what Robin was saying, is that somehow that gets into you when you're a child, particularly when you're a young child. It's all around you. And I've carried that with me through the rest of my life. And I'd like to read some poems. This is a peace vigil, but my poems have more to do with war. The one I'll start out with is called Exodus. And as you can see, it relates to refugees, not in any specific conflict, but you'll see that you can't quite pin it down as to what actual country this is in or what's going on. I was inspired by a prose book that Muriel Rukeyser wrote. So this poem is homage to her. Exodus. The refugees were nervous, glancing up toward the hills, sensing the sniper with his telescopic sight and sinister nickname. What did they care about the history of human displacement? They were changing money and trying to sell their watches. Trucks packed with soldiers, boys really, sped along the dock, firing their rifles into the air. I think the gypsies were the most afraid. Then a truck with a loudspeaker appeared, moving slow down the boulevard in the shade of palms and plane trees, giving orders in 3 languages. How many souls, how many dreams of escape, how many nightmare nights could the little ship hold? They took on board as many as could pay. Small groups gathered on the deck, talking quietly. It was an end and a beginning. Somebody had brought a bottle and they needed it. What a sigh ascended when the ship steamed out onto the uncaring ocean. ML mentioned that I live in Hawaii, and I live up, I don't live on the beach or anything. I live up in the, I don't know if you know the Big Island. It's the most Hawaiian of the islands in the sense that it's less touched by tourism than any other part of Hawaii. So I live up in the hills, and it's a pretty peaceful place up here. And I started to think, what would it be like? What would it be like if war broke out here? What if somebody decided to invade my island? And what would it be like to be a person who lived in a place where the invasion was happening just over the next ridge? So here's my poem called At the Edge. As he feeds his chickens, cooks rice, sweeps out the shack, he hears the droning of enemy planes. He lies dreaming of temples and waterfalls and wakes to the thwack, thwack, thwack of helicopter blades. Comes the thud of a mortar. The man fills the thermos, latches his door, and creeps up the slope in moon dark, his dog sticking close. Up near the top of the ridge, the dog makes a low sound in her throat, smelling before he does, diesel, the unwashed bodies of soldiers, the stink of hastily dug latrines. His dog sneezes and he clamps his hand over her nose. I can evade him. I can evade them, he thinks. I can survive out here. I know how to hide. But what of the town dwellers? What of the scholars whose knowledge they want to erase, whose books they will burn? What of the women who live alone on farms? The clanking of tank treads, the rising dust of an army on the move. Dawn must be near. Thank you. And finally, I would like to read, I don't often, when I read my poems, I don't often read something that I wrote yesterday, but in this case, I'm going to, and you know how it is when you just write a new poem, you have no idea what to think of it, but like all the rest of you, I've been just gripped by this barbaric war that's been going on, and my experience of it is mostly through the images that I get from the Daily New York Times or from television. I guess I'm calling this poem Kiev 2022. She hugs the plush bunny her granny gave her, the bunny she calls Maxime, strokes its fur and tries to calm her bunny down. Maxime gets scared whenever a bomb explodes. They've made us a play space from a cardboard box the size a refrigerator comes in down here in the subway below the streets of Kiev. She is 5, I'm guessing. It's her nest, her kingdom, her sanctuary, and something about how she snuggles here tells me there's pleasure for her in this adventure. But at intervals, the world stops. The sound of it is louder than thunder. The lights flicker, fail, and then reignite. She's wearing her pink parka, and they've stuffed cotton in her ears, but nothing can muffle that noise. She cuddles Maxime and whispers words in his floppy ears. If God is good, she will look back on these times and understand them as a part of history she has lived in her own little body, in her pink parka. On the pillow behind her head is a picture from The Little Prince, that bewildered looking little chap from Saint-Exupéry, who stands on a cooling planet and looks out at the stars. This is Europe still, so there's still room for the drawings of a French aristocrat and aviator to cradle the head of a child in a bomb shelter in Ukraine, which is a part of Europe, not a part of a barbarian understanding of human experience. Stories above, a rocket lands. The side of an apartment block explodes into fire and then rubble. Dust falls from the subway ceiling. She brushes it off Maxime's head and sings to him.
That was
Thank you.
definitely worth.
I think you know where it was going.
Give it a read. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Richard Tillinghast, new book coming out in September. I'm going to turn it back to Jennifer for a few.
All right.
Jennifer Disillus. Thank you, Richard. Thanks.
My
Yes,
pleasure.
excellent.
Thank you.
All right, so our next reader is Carolyn Walker, who is a former journalist and columnist with the Clarkston News, who now publishes as a memoirist, essayist, and poet. She is also a longtime creative writing instructor for Writers Digest University Online, as well as other schools. Her memoir, Every Last Sparrow, is a work every mother should read. She has a Master of Fine Arts degree in writing from Vermont College of Fine Arts, and she is also a Kresge Fellow in the Literary Arts. Please welcome Carolyn Walker.
Thank you. Excuse me. I don't have poetry specific to war or peace or Ukraine, but I have two poems that I think are appropriate for their faith and hope. So the first one is called When Trees Pray. When trees pray, it is swaying they love, that and the joy of their own hallelujahs, the way they are the only saints to grow between mountain and heaven, supplicant by nature, cloistering of elm and oak, of pine and ash, their brethren, the birch and the maple, numberless, timeless, their faith swirls upward, ring after ring, from acorn and seed, a forest of blessings. It is not the breeze that brushes your forehead. What you feel is the anointing of trees. The birds, when they perch, sense how the benediction adheres to their feathers, how it circles the earth in winged migration, chirped and trilled and warbled, the cry of the loon, the swan song, perfect, beautiful, amen. And the other one is called The Voyage of Father's Paper Plane. I remember lamplight, a slight yellowing of my father's hands, the way he cradled flight against palm and thumb, tiny paper marble, anticipating his voyage across the room. Chairs braced themselves against old oak table, books fell open and candlesticks swooned. Even the rabbit's foot atop my dresser wanted to wager its luck that night. Father, glasses slipping down his nose, concentrated as he folded and tucked a final corner, balanced the two halves of tale. He expelled a whisper, a gentle breeze to hold our expectations aloft, pulled back his arm. The launch was perfect. Urgent thrust forward, smooth follow through. Blue walls parted and the ceiling made way. Father's effort surprised nightbirds circling in formation, counted sky shadows and phases of the moon. Soaring past Libra and Pegasus and Cassiopeia, it took time to comfort dying stars. Once it glanced back, and then the nodding of a wing. Thank you for including me.
All right. Thank you, Carolyn. Okay, so our next reader, I think I have the order now, is Edward Morin, who is a poet, translator, and songwriter who was born and educated in Chicago. His collections of poems include Housing for Wrens, Servina Barba Press, Labor Day at Walden Pond, Ridgeway Press, and The Dust of Our City, Clover Press. Transportation, Hot Tunes and Blues for Motor City is a recorded album of his original songs. His poetry and co-translations are widely published. Please welcome Edward Morin.
Thank you. This poem is devoted to Russians who protested against the war against Ukraine and were beaten and imprisoned for it. And it's also dedicated to Russian soldiers who weren't told beforehand where they were being sent or whom they would be fighting. The title is Testament, which means a statement of belief. Testament. The patriarchal tale of Eden strikes many postmodern eyes as flawed. As go-between for the snake, Eve lures naive Adam to taste the orange of ruin and takes most of the rap for man's fall. Rather, from the beginning, a reptile resides as part of each human brain, telling us to please only ourselves. It shuns debates over tasks, waiting, doing homework, playing well with others. We rarely sense the snake in others at checkout counters, in office buildings, on soccer fields. To well-behaved folks, a whispered, hell is other people, becomes a roar in bars and casinos. Suppose I scorn convention, think myself a marvel, write poems for weddings and free drinks, lie drunk in the gutter, kissed by Luna's tender rays. My one care to find the most schnapps for the least coin. Reckless self-indulgence gives command to the reptilian brain in me and all who fall. Addicted gamblers, big bankers, strong-arming governments, the recruit who kills as he is told. This next short poem has a short title, and that short title is Yes. It's for the many Russians and Ukrainians who are being wounded and disabled. Yes. When Joe Satori shook my left hand, his grip locked in like a rock crusher. Not so hard, his wife cried. You'll hurt him. I squeezed back with almost equal force for a piss and vinegar moment, as with a smile, he growled, yes, yes. Home from college for the holidays, I visited these middle-aged neighbors at my mother's bidding and for fun. Biscotti and red vermouth appeared. Joe smacked his lips. His polished face glowed and his baritone resounded, yes. Martha talked enough for both of them. Except for his left upper body, Joe was paralyzed. From a wheelchair, he interposed his one syllable with droll inflections, or shook his head. His wife assured me, he understands you. She asked parentally about school. As I described my courses, she said, how can your head hold all that knowledge? I hadn't told her how much I forgot. She thought our brains worked like pots. Joe's leaked. I sensed he must have envied mine. I used to hear them argue next door, she ranting at the end of her rope, he yammering unintelligibly. Pentecostals passing by their house might have thought they heard Joe speak in tongues. He was Catholic, as far as we knew. When I was broke or girlfriends dumped me and I feared the horrors of life's end, Joe's predicament stormed into mind. Fate gave him one word to last his life. Not a bad choice, I still say out loud to the night sky in witless affirmation. Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Edward. Boy, that's I remember that poem, I think, on our days in Rogers Park and playing Chicago from the south side to the north side.
I tried it out often, yeah. Yeah, we did some good gigs in Chicago.
Yeah, we did. Jennifer, back to you.
Yeah, all right. Okay, so our next reader is John Freeman, who is the editor of Freeman's, a literary annual published by Grove Press, and executive editor at Alfred A. Knopf. He has written several books of nonfiction, including How to Read a Novelist and Dictionary of the Undoing, as well as 3 collections of poems, Maps, The Park, and the forthcoming Wind Trees. His latest books are The Penguin Book of the Modern American Short Story, and with Tracy K. Smith, There's a Revolution Outside, My Love, in which poets, novelists, and essayists create a space to respond to catastrophes and racialized violence of 2020. Please welcome John Freeman.
Thanks, Jennifer. This is really funny, but that's that John Freeman is the reason I published under the name Cal Freeman. So
this is that's funny. This is why I asked for so I introduced the wrong person. I love it.
Don't worry about it. I was a late add to this, but yeah, ML's known me since I was a kid, so he knows me as John Freeman, and but I do publish under the name Cal Freeman because of that guy. So
that's funny.
Don't worry about it.
I actually sent these to him and said, could you look them over as I was chasing them down all afternoon.
Don't worry at all. Honestly, like that's not.
You should have interrupted me. I give people Pulitzer prizes, and I say I'm just going to speak these things into existence.
I'll take them, yeah.
Oh my God.
No, but seriously, thanks for having me. ML asked me to show up and read a couple poems. He wanted me to sing a song too, so I'm going to start out playing you guys a song. But this is a really wonderful event, and I really appreciate being included, and have really enjoyed the beautiful words spoken in solidarity with people in Ukraine who are suffering at the hands of this awful war. So I'll play a song I wrote called Blue Angels. He said it's a four, must have died of cirrhosis. He hated his father. He loved booze and horses, but he made damn sure those airplanes rolled off of the line. He made damn sure those airplanes rolled off of the line. We were hearing some music out there in Ipsy, drinking with friends, and I made you drive me down Old Waltz Road to that Willow Run airplane field, where the Blue Angels do all of their tricks in the sky. We stare out in the summertime and pretend we understand why. We pretend that we understand why. I said I won't cry for none of them rich kids whose daddies are captains of industry, or captains of anything else. These days there's no captains of anything else. Then you said, as for me, I'll probably die of cirrhosis. I ain't got no father. I love booze and music, and I do not care that those airplanes ever rolled off the line. Way out here in Ipsy, where blue angels do tricks in the sky. Way out here in Ipsy, where blue angels do tricks in the sky. We stare out in the summertime and pretend we understand why. He said it's so full, must have died of cirrhosis. He hated his father. He loved booze and horses, but he made damn sure those airplanes rolled off of the line. Thanks. I'm going to read a couple poems now, and thanks so much, Jennifer and ML, for having me. This first poem's called Like the Prologue to an Ancient Text. The wind brought rain of every temperament, warm drizzle, hard sheets, sidewinding sleet. Water begat vegetation, which begat description, which begat biological creatures contingent upon the soil. There were exhaustive descriptions of porch lights that shone brightly and those that needed new bulbs, of cobwebs over dark glass. There were no descriptions of other kinds of synthetic light. But I sensed the world was halated out of fear. There were brief descriptions of neo-Soviet architecture and green hospital walls, of drugs that reflected the subdued predilections of what was quaintly called the lusterless present. The verb begat fell out of use. This coincided with the birth of a forgotten king. The mysteries were stored in oblong containers and driven upriver in warm drizzle, in sheets of summer rain, in coal-leered leagues of brumous rain. The burnished crows that all along had hovered above the story flew westward, inking the horizon like a stolen fingerprint. This last poem, thank you everyone. This last poem is called In 7 Erstwhile Cities. In 7 erstwhile cities, the dead have not been delivered their canes or walking shoes. In 2 outfaced towers, 2 watchers see the pulses of bipeds in infrared and see the lit ends of their cigarettes with naked eyes. In 3 dozen empty houses, past scenes of trauma play upon the walls as if those walls were screens. In Franco's Spain, the spirit of the dead keeps winning, and it is clear to anyone who listens that the hillside stone can speak. In Laos, in the plain of jars, some shattered monuments persist, and the giants sleeping deep within their lidless casements savor the lack of footsteps and the gradual ensoulment of unexploded ordnance. Thanks for having me, everyone.
Thanks for being a good sport.
John, I like that book you wrote on racism. It was a good book.
Thanks, writer.
Was that the Knopf one? That was the best intro. You know,
Yeah.
just use that.
I know. I'm like, man, I'm sounding way more accomplished than I ever have.
And I said,
Great.
you know, this guy's a really good poet. I was buying it.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, yeah.
Thanks for the vote of confidence,
He went to Bowling Green, got his MFA. Sure.
Hey, John.
Oh my God.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, Mark Jarman, a poet who teaches, who lives in Nashville,
Yeah.
Okay. So he was giving a poetry reading at a bookshop, and he was all set to go. And his host got up and introduced him as Mark Strand. She read all these things about Mark Strand and everything. Mark Jarman's a pretty cool guy, and he didn't say anything. He just he gave his reading. And then, and then finally, when it was over, he said to the host, "I'm actually Mark Jarman. I'm not really Mark Strand." He only stopped when she handed him a stack of Mark Strand's books to sign.
Oh, man.
I always tell him, you should have gone on and signed them anyway, man.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So anyway, you're not the only guy.
No. Well, it's funny you bring up Mark Jarman. I once picked him up from the Toledo airport and drove him to Bowling Green, Ohio. So I know Mark Jarman.
Mark Jarman, good Catholic
great
poet.
poet. Great poet in his own right. Yeah.
I think he's in Respect, isn't he? I think he's in there. Well, I'm just gonna, I'm gonna read a couple.
I'm gonna introduce you.
Yeah, but I don't want all that introduction stuff.
Oh my God. Okay, ML, our next reader.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm just gonna read a couple short poems, and then we're gonna finish off. We're gonna finish everybody off with Writer Bush, who usually will take us higher. I'm gonna, since we got Tillinghast here and Gary Mitras here, we would have Thomas Lux here if he were still with us. And another mutual friend of ours is W.D. Earhart. And this is one of my favorite Earhart poems. And it deals with his experience as a Marine in Vietnam. And it's always hit me because I have kids, I have grandkids now, and his daughter was young and my kids were young when he wrote this poem. Guns. Again, we pass that field, green artillery piece squatting by the Legion post on Cheltenham Avenue, its ugly little pointed snoot ranged against my daughter's school. Did you ever use a gun like that? My daughter asked. Yep, I jumped the page there. So it's our day, huh? I say no, but others did. I used a smaller gun, a rifle. She knows I've been to war. That's dumb, she says. And I say yes and nod because it was, and not again because she doesn't know. How do you tell a 4-year-old what steel can do to flesh? How vivid do you dare to get? How explain a world where men kill other men deliberately and call it love of country? Just 18, I killed a 10-year-old. I didn't know. He spins across the marketplace, all shattered chest, all eyes and arms. Do I tell her that? Not yet. Though one day I will have no choice except to tell her or to send her into a world wide-eyed and ignorant. The boy spins across the years till he lands in a heap in another war, in another place, where yet another generation is rudely about to discover what their fathers never told them. That's W.D. Earhart from his collected, I don't know if you can see it, his collected works. Just one of the best writers of the Vietnam War. And then I'll do this little short one. This is from, I think it's from my last book, but it's in this selected poems that came out last year. Oh, that anti-war Jesus again. And this was for Dorothy Day. He made it all so simple then. He who lives by the sword shall die by the sword. And he healed his enemy's wounded ear. Thank you. And now on to Writer, introduce Writer. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Writer L. Bush is an award-winning, internationally published poet, author, and activist.
No,
publishes-
that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. Different guy. Different guy. I'm teasing you.
I'm like, seriously? I'm personally coming to haunt you.
Come on,
All
we're
right.
bringing it home here, writer.
Right? Whatever. Miss you. He publishes under the pen name W.L. Bush. He has worked in the literary field for more than 15 years. He won the Barrett Award for his seminal work, The God's Eye Spider. His latest novels, Kill Switch and The Shadows in the Sunlight, are featured in the Wayne State University African American Literature Special Collection. And he has released his best-selling novel to date came out in May 2013, Hannah Valentine. Please welcome our last reader, writer L. Bush.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for everyone who featured here today. I heard a lot of spiritual symbolism in some of your works, the last ones that ML read, and certainly Mr. Freeman's. So I'm going to be following up with, I guess, a little of that. This was written specifically for this event. I'm honored to be a part of it. And it's nice to see people all doing what they can to support something that's good and quality and right and feels great. This is called Be Like Mike. I want to be like Mike, but not 45 or 23 or Duggan, but the one who sang, "We are the world, we are the children," when Ethiopia became a dust bowl of death. And there were so many thirsty, starving children that Sally Struthers gave up and moved back in with Meathead. Can you imagine? A country where 1 in every 2 children is homeless. We don't have to imagine, it's Ukraine, and hard to miss. What is a war crime, if not this? 9 million homeless in a month, cities ground into ashes, the masses shot down in towns and cities. Where is Putin's pity? Maybe this is something out of our own playbook's pages, a country bombed back into the Stone Ages. The Kremlin clearly has no scruples. I wonder, what is the worth of this rubble in rubles? With all of our technology and hadron colliders and vanity cruises to the edge of space, we are still savages, still damn dirty apes whose airwaves are barraged 24/7 with what looks like World War II bombing footage of European towns now pulverized and smoldering, brought to you by oligarchs and plutocrats who scheme to kill in the name of liberation, but the only thing they truly liberate are resources, oil, wheat, water, worth more than 1 million sons and daughters. We can no longer pretend we are not involved when even by doing nothing but buying oil and gasoline, we are contributing to the profits that fund Russia's war machine. I want to be like Mike, not the one who bit off Holyfield's ear, but the one possessed of that holy feeling to unite artists globally in order to raise funding for a greater cause, because we would all want to save as many child and civilian lives as possible, no matter their nationality. Some say it is a sacred obligation. Others say that there is no war in Ukraine, like there is no global warming, no climate change. Meanwhile, in reality, the lamestream media reports that the Antarctic ice shelf, 5 times bigger than Manhattan, collapsed into the Indian Ocean. I'm having nightmares knowing that the Chernobyl nuclear reactor is under Russian control again, because that worked out so well for the planet previously. We're still deciding if we have enough booster shots. Now we'll have to worry about melting from the inside out. What is the antidote for radiation? Iodine? Charcoal? Next year in America, right-wingers will have shootouts at Walmart and Costco as they clear the shelves of iodine, Kingsford briquettes, aquarium filters, and inexplicably toilet paper. But this year in America, we are still figuring out if gays have a right to exist and if Blacks have a right to breathe. Meanwhile, overseas, Russia is locking up a gay Black athlete and throwing away the key. Yes, they call the Ukrainian Nazis. That is the very definition of hypocrisy. No matter their ethnicity, supporting Ukraine is about human decency. 1 of every 2 Ukrainian children is displaced or homeless. What's the difference? Not as vast as the difference between Katanji and Clarence. I'll bet she has more endurance as a justice, but I digress. You should be like Mike, not the one who lost himself in Never Never Land with his head buried in the sand, but the one who takes 60 minutes to investigate. Then you'll see you don't need war footage clips overlaid with classical strings to do the right thing and send them what they need. Please donate to Ukraine so we can turn on the TV again and not see Mariupol maternity hospitals being blown apart, coating the rubble in the warm red blood of innocent women and children. That is psychically damaging and abnormal, but what is normal now? We're all waiting for things to go back to normal, but what are we doing to earn back that complacency? How many decades did we know we needed to stop air pollution, get off fossil fuel, and invest in wind energy? Maybe we can change things now by being like the people we looked up to when we were young. I want to be like Mike, not 23 or 45, definitely not 45. I've come to despise that number, 45. But like the Mike who loved the Beatles and howled with the Coyote Monks, the Mike who gave Detroit poets and musicians the chance to be heroes, to be the fingers in the dam, the bodies in the breach, to give of ourselves in the service of something greater than ourselves. Because when I feel helpless, the only thing that helps me is helping someone else. Look, I'm just a poet with opinions. I'm not a politician, but I think Ukraine has done everything that politicians have asked of them. They have fought bravely and not given up. They have not targeted civilians, and they have done their best to shelter and save women and children and those who cannot fight. Knowing that should make you feel all right about donating to this cause, because that's why we're here, right? Don't have a one-track empathy, and don't miss your chance to be like Mike. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you, writer. W.L. Bush. Don't hold his last name against him. He's a good Bush. I have a friend whose name we call him Killer, and I introduced him to Timothy Leary in Kansas at Burroughs' birthday party, and he was introducing him to everybody else, saying, "I want you to meet Killer, but he's a good killer. He's not a bad. He's a good killer." So we always say when we say killer that he's the good killer. So thank you, everybody. This has been a wonderful thing. It will live on Facebook. It will be turned into a YouTube link and be shown. I see there's hundreds of comments, or at least a couple hundred comments so far. And usually when these events end on Facebook, they get a lot more viewers as well as time goes by. So you can go back and check your segments out and refer people to it, but mostly refer people to helping the folks there. They've been saying what would they need most, especially for the children. They said money. We need money. So money we need prayers, and we need to be aware and not forget what's going on, because they're the thin line. If that line gets broken through, it will be coming everywhere, and it won't be good. And Russia's been working a long time on that. So let's crush their dream. Thanks, everybody. Have a good rest of the evening. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Yes.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Stay out of hail. Thanks, Gary.